How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today I'm going to be doing another one of those casual videos, so without further ado, why don't we just get started. So as you could probably tell, we're now back to the old setup that I've done in some of the previous videos, no longer using that green screen setup, and that's mainly because of what gets involved with setting it up, and it kind of defeats the whole point of these videos. So the ones with the green screen are special editions, I guess you could say. Although I won't lie, there's a lot of things that went wrong, and this kind of made it interesting, but I think the video could have been a little better if less things went wrong. I just feel like way too many things went wrong and not enough went right. Hopefully that'll change today, though. So we had a fun one today, so as far as news goes, what just happened there? Hopefully it still works. I'll have to probably check and make sure that the video doesn't freeze up like it did in the last one too. If you're not familiar, in the last video, the video froze up for well over an hour, and all you could really see was the audio. And yes, I kind of do mean that. See, because yeah, the video is just frozen for a while, and I kind of want to make sure that doesn't happen again. That could happen here for all I know. So, I kind of want to check the technical stuff just to make sure that this isn't a problem. I want to see what's going on exactly. I'll be right back. Okay, I just checked the video and it looks like it only glitched out on my end and not even your end. So I'm not going to worry about it for right now. Everything appears to be working thus far. As far as news goes, I just wanted to mention that I recently switched out my processor. I used to have an i5 4670K. Now I upgraded to an i7. And I'll elaborate more on this in the next video. But I mainly did it so that I could do GPU pass-through with this computer. And I figure I may as well upgrade as long as I'm changing the processor, given the price nowadays. The price is so much cheaper than it used to be like 6 or 7 years ago with this. So I figured why not upgrade the processor as well. And I've been running on that since then. So I now have an Intel Core i7 4790. And GPU pass-through basically doesn't work if you have a K series processor and probably some other types, but it works with the kind that I have now. And I'm going to elaborate more on this in the next video, but I thought I'd point out that I now have a different processor on this computer, which is now 7 years old. And it's still working pretty good overall, I'd say. So that's pretty cool. None of my mechanical hard drives have failed yet, which is kind of interesting, but it very easily could at any time. Anyway, I'll probably elaborate more on this in the next videos. Otherwise, there's not much else news-wise. So I think we should just get started. I'll probably end up mentioning stuff throughout the video. But for now, let's just get started. So this should be a pretty fun video today. So first of all, I think we're going to... The first thing I would like to do is to install LCARS. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm talking about the Star Trek looking operating system. If you've heard of LCARS, it's shown in Star Trek The Next Generation. I think it was sort of what the interface looked like on there. To be honest, I haven't really watched that yet, but that's my understanding of it. And apparently someone actually went out and made an operating system that looks just like the LCARS. And it's a Linux-based operating system that you can install right now if you wanted. I'm going to be doing that right now. We're going to install LCARS and get our computer to look like Star Trek. So that's the first thing we're doing today. So let's just get to it. So first of all, some of the prerequisites are that you should be running... I think it actually works with pretty much any Linux distribution, but I'm going to be doing it on Debian. You could either do it on Ubuntu, or which is based on Debian, or Debian server itself. I'm going to be doing it directly on Debian server. So yeah, let's just do that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have to plug in my flash drive because I have a Debian ISO. I'll show you what you need to do first of all. Okay. So I'm going to launch the web browser. And Chris Titus made a really nice guide on how to install it. So I'm going to be referencing his guide to do that. So Chris Titus, all cars, or also you can search Star Trek. So click that first result that you see, most likely. This is his guide. And I think he's got, so it kind of looks like this. Preview looks like this overall. So I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. So to get Debian, you could just get this link right here. And he recommends using Debian 10 or older, mainly because Debian 11 has some dependency issues with Python 3, for example. So Debian 10 or older, Ubuntu 22 or Ubuntu 20.04 or older. I think it works on Arch-based distributions, but I'm going to do it on Debian. I'm not downloading this because I've already got a copy, but you can download that, or else if you want to manually search it, you can just search Debian ISO. They kind of make it hidden, make it really hard to find the Debian installation. And you want to do the net installer. I think you just go to here. No, that's not. Debian net install ISO, maybe. I can't even find it right now. I think this might be the page that you get it from. I can't remember. You can get it from this link most likely, but here, let's just move on to the next thing for now. So I'm gonna plug in my flash drive. I'm gonna actually install this on my secondary PC. Otherwise, you would probably install it on a virtual machine. But I'm gonna install it on an actual computer here. I'm gonna plug in my flash drive real quick. And it's on my secondary PC that I'm going to install it on. So without further ado, let's just do that. So if I go to here, this is the flash drive that I just inserted, and I've got the Debian install right here. So I'm going to reboot the computer and we'll boot right into it. Otherwise, you would create a virtual machine and use that. So you can look up instructions for how to make a USB image, or else you could just insert the ISO directly into your virtual machine. So I'm going to actually install it on my secondary hard drive, because I'm not going to do it on the primary. Okay, so now we're in the BIOS. This is where I'm going to configure the hard drive interface. My normal Windows installation is on the M.2 drive, so I'm going to disable that. I'm going to be using the SATA drive, which I currently have Windows Server on right now. I've been trying to get familiar with Windows Server related technologies. I might hop into there just for a second. Then I can show you like how you maybe do NFS. For example, If you want to set up an NFS share as opposed to an SMB share that you would typically use in Windows, you need Windows Server for it. That's kind of what we concluded in one of the previous videos. But NFS is typically the file share that's used in Linux and other types of systems. Windows uses SMB or CIFS, but you can also use the better type of network share, which is NFS in Windows too. You can easily enable the NFS client just by, I think you can go to the programs and features. I'm gonna come down here and type in appwiz.cpl, because that's the way I like to access turn Windows features on or off. And then there should be an NFS related, I forget what it's called, services for NFS. You'd enable that if you want to use NFS in Windows, but that's the client side. To actually host an NFS share, you either need a Linux box, which might be the Linux box could be like a TrueNAS box or an actual Linux distribution that has NFS services. As you're probably aware, I've used my Raspberry Pi in the past as an NFS server to store my ISO files so that I could use it in a Type 1 hypervisor that works with network shares like XCP&G, which XCP&G is technically not a hypervisor itself, but it is something you could use. So this is Windows Server 2019, and if you want to use NFS, I forget exactly what role you would use, but there is an NFS related one on here. I think it might even be one of the features. Client for NFS would be one of them. I think there's also one to host NFS shares. Actually, I don't even think you need it. I think you can technically go to the shares within the server manager, and I think it will let you create an NFS one. Well, you install some sort of NFS role and you'll be able to do it right from there. So that's how you can create an NFS share in Windows. You do technically need Windows Server, or else you could just virtualize it or use Linux on a different system. Now, one thing I will point out is, as you can see, I have a lot of roles and services. You definitely don't want to have that many roles in a production environment. And a role is basically like functionality, like if you want to use Active Directory, for example, so that you can do a network or remote logon. I'm not really going to get into that in this video, but if you want to do that, for example, you might have your server dedicated as a domain controller, but you don't want to do all these different things at once. It does technically work, but in a production environment, it's not a best practice from a maintenance standpoint and just all the overhead on a single installation of Windows Server. At the very least, you should have separate virtual machines for pretty much every role or service. I'm not really the right guy to ask about this, but just know that this isn't the best practice and do your research to find out what is. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to point that out real quick. Otherwise, we're gonna, this is planned. That's how you restart Windows Server right there. We're gonna install that Star Trek operating system now. And all it really is a theme, more or less, and it uses certain dependencies to make it work. And we're gonna see that in a little bit. But for now, I'm gonna hold F10. That way I can boot into my USB flash drive. I'm using Ventoy so that I can have multiple ISOs at once and be able to select which one I want at a given moment. It makes you able to utilize the USB drive a lot more. And I mentioned this in past videos too. But I'm going to select my Debian 10. Since Debian 11 has dependency issues right now, I'm going to use Debian 10 instead. And I typically don't use the graphic installer. I actually have a Debian 11 system installed on the main system right now. I'll showcase that later on. But for now, let's get this installed. And while we're waiting for it to install, I'm gonna check to make sure that everything is working, like the audio, video, that sort of thing. Because last time it didn't. I just want to make sure we don't run into that problem with the video freezing up. That was aggravating. OBS looked perfectly fine. Everything was working perfectly fine. It just didn't record properly. I don't remember this occurring. I've never seen this issue before, but I'm gonna hit yes for now. Oh wait, I have to insert a USB stick or something. I've never seen this issue before. I've installed this Debian 10 on a virtual machine and none of this happened. It kind of looks like it's related to Wi-Fi, but that doesn't matter, so I'm not even going to be using that anyway. I'm only ever going to use Ethernet, assuming that's what the problem is. So I am installing this on a host machine rather than a virtual machine, so if you're going to do that, make sure you know what you're doing. You don't want to like override your main installation. What should I call this? Enterprise? Like Chris did. And I'm not doing this domain stuff. And typically you don't want to set a root password. It's just a best security practice. But I don't think that I have sudo installed right now, and I will need root to install that. So I will set a password for now, and I'll show a manual way you can disable this if you want later on. But for now, I will set a root password, even though it's typically not best practice. By not setting a root password, it disables the account altogether. And then you can only authenticate through sudo, basically. It's a better security practice. I'm gonna name the user Joseph probably, but I might also want to do a Star Trek character. Chris used Kirk, but I'll use my own name. Might as well. That'll be the username as well. And then the password will be that same one as the roots. Doesn't matter if I tell you guys about it, but yeah. I'm Central Time. That's why I selected that. So now I do want to keep my Windows Server installation, so I'm going to be partitioning this a little bit differently. So we're going to go to Manual, and I'm going to manually partition this. So this is my Ventoy disk right here, I believe. And this is, no, I'm mixing them up. This is. So that's my Windows Server partition. What I would like to do is shrink it so we can put the Star Trek operating system on here. But if you do it in a virtual machine, you shouldn't have to do this. You can get away with guided partitioning. But since I want to keep my other partitions with Windows intact, I'm going to do that. My Windows 10 installation that we were on at first is on a completely different drive. So that's not even showing up here since I disabled that interface. So I'm gonna shrink this partition. Resize this partition. Gparted might actually make this a little bit easier, but the resize operation might take a long time because it has to make the data, even if you're having some free space available, it has to physically probably reallocate some data, which is why shrinking partitions will typically take a long time. And that's what I'm going to search and make sure that this video is still working properly. But either way, I'll just say yes for now. So this is how much space do I want to leave for the new partition we're creating. By the way, if you're not partitioning, you can skip this step. I don't know how far I need to skip, but just find where I get past this screen here. Otherwise, I think I'm going to leave about 100 gigs should be more than enough. So I'm going to change this to 899.6. Then I won't have to spend as much time shrinking, I don't think, because it doesn't have as much stuff to reallocate. So looks like I can partition it, but it hasn't actually applied yet, I don't think. So that free space is what we're going to use for our booting. So now the question is, do I want to reuse this EFI system partition, or do I want to create a new one? Trying to think of what I did on my previous Debian installation. I either have 2 EFI partitions or I have 1. I can't quite remember what I did. Wish I had an easy way to check without getting out of here, but I don't. I'm gonna create another one for now, but that might not be the right way to do it. Let's find out. Shall we break some stuff today? Let's do it. So I'm gonna create a new partition. I should also mention that this is using GPT, so that's why I can create as many partitions as I want, and I'm not stuck with MBR's limitations. Now, I was going to say, to use GPT, you need to boot UEFI on the motherboard rather than the typical legacy boot. But actually in Linux, it doesn't even matter, so you don't have to worry about that. You could use MBR or GPT. I would use GPT because it should work regardless. So I'm going to create a new partition. I'm not going to have my boot partition 100 gigabytes, obviously. Maybe I'll make it like that many megabytes. Since I only plan on installing 1 bootloader, that should be enough space. And I'll do it at the beginning of that pre-allocated space. I'm going to use it as the EFI system partition. And the bootable flag is on, because that's where we will boot our system. Otherwise, I might be using it with this. Let's just see what this does. Now we're going to create the storage partition where our actual data goes. I'm going to use ext4, otherwise you could use BetterFS. That's the correct mount point. I like how I can figure it out based on the size. It's not bootable. That's pretty much it. I'm not going to set up a swap partition. People typically do that, but I'm not going to do that here. So let's just see what we can do here. So that's the partitioning that I'm doing. Again, in a virtual machine, you don't have to do that. But this is how I'm doing it. We'll find out if this works. Or else it'll be like Chris's live stream that he did a couple years ago. Chris Titus on YouTube. He did a live stream a couple years ago where he spent like over an hour partitioning, like what I was just doing. It kept running into errors. And I think it was because he had a corrupt USB drive. So if you have a way to verify your installation media while you're doing this, definitely do that. But we got past where he errored out, so we're doing good thus far. Now, one other thing I will point out is this is the net installer, which means it'll update all the packages as you install it, rather than installing what's stored on this installation media and then updating it later. It'll update it right away. And within a production environment, you definitely want to install the latest updates right away. There's pretty much no exception to that. I think I'll just go with this mirror for now. My internet sucks anyway, so it won't really make a difference. But you might have a faster mirror where you're located compared to the default one. So while I'm waiting for this, yeah, let me finish what I was just talking about first. So in a production environment, you want to update all your packages right when you're installing it. There's pretty much no exception to that rule. So now right here, it's downloading the software from the internet and then installing it. You could do an offline install, but if you're going to update your packages anyway, then go with this. Now, I was just thinking about whether I want to switch from Debian stable to Debian SID. I may want to do that for this. So Debian basically has different types of application branches, and that basically just affects how new the applications are when you install them. So there's a stable branch, which I think has packages like 1 or 2 years old. Those are some pretty old packages if you want to have the latest and greatest. That's what Arch would be used for instead. While these are older packages, they're also a lot more stable and things are just less likely to go wrong overall. Then there's the unstable branch, which is slightly less stable. I think it gets like 6 months updates or something. I could be wrong about that. Then there's the SID branch, which is the least stable of all of them. But it's certainly a lot more stable than Arch typically is. So yeah, Debian SID is technically still very stable compared to other options. So here, we don't want to select any desktop environment because we'll install that ourselves. I'm going to disable the print server and enable SSH because I would like to SSH into this machine, and you will see why later on. So doing some foreshadowing here. So now it's going to install all the packages and stuff. So I think I got my point across. Do your research if you're still unsure about the different application branches. I may end up switching from stable, which is the most stable form with the oldest packages, over to SID, which is slightly less stable, but still very stable overall compared to Arch, and I think even Fedora. So do your research if you're curious about that. But I may end up switching from stable to SID. Just pointing that out right now. So I'm going to real quickly make sure that the recording is still functioning alright. I will do my test real quickly that I like to do. Everything is very responsive right now, so I think we're fine. but I'm gonna test it out and then I'll be right back while we're waiting for this and make sure that the video hasn't frozen up. Right, so everything does appear to be working very well. You probably already knew the answer, but I did not. You knew because you're into the future using your fancy technology to watch this. But I'm stuck with this. So anyway, this now finished installing, so we're gonna continue. We're gonna see if we can boot into it, because I would still like to use Windows Server while this is installed at the same time. That's why I'm doing a dual boot here. So it looks like we got Windows Boot Manager right here. I'm gonna see if Windows still works. That would be nuts if it did. Nice. So if I want to go into Windows, I can do this. Although I kind of regret going into it because it will take a while to start up with all those services I have on Windows Server right now. I'm gonna force reboot this. Typically you wouldn't force reboot a Windows Server, but this is more of a lab environment, so it really doesn't matter. So this time we're gonna select our Debian system that we're setting up. So it should start up here. So yeah, pay attention to the setup you're doing, whether it's in a virtual machine or on an actual machine. Enterprise login. What a great start. So I will point out, what was I going to point out? I'm going to talk about my hard drive configuration a little bit later, so stay tuned for that. So I'm going to log into the root account. Actually, I could log into my main account, but I bet we won't be able to use sudo, which is the reason why I kept the root account enabled. So let's see if we can... Yep, sudo is not found, which means we won't be able to do things that require administrative privileges, like installing packages. So to do that, I'm going to say exit and log in with the root account. Otherwise, you could... This is why I set up the root account for now. Otherwise, you could literally do su and then root. Then you can sign in that way. But I just typed in exit and signed into root, what I just showed here. So that's how you get into root. So to install sudo, you're on apt install sudo. While I'm at it, I think I'm also going to install git, because we will need that to install the Star Trek operating system. So this is on a basic terminal right now. I don't know how to change the font, so I'm sorry about the text being fairly small. I could temporarily resize it with OBS, I guess, but it might make things look a little terrible. Just bear with me. So I'm gonna install sudo so we can do things with administrative privileges without the root account. Git. What else do we need? I'm gonna install Vim because that's how I edit my text files. I think that's all we need for right now. Actually, let's install sudo, then we can use our regular user account to make sure sudo works to install those other things. So I'm gonna install sudo. Actually, before you do that sort of thing, you should run apt update before you even install anything, but with the net install, it doesn't really matter that much. So all packages are up to date. So now I'm gonna sign in. Well, we got sudo now. So to make it so that sudo actually works with our user account, we have to edit the sudoers file. So I'm gonna use Vim to edit it. If you're not familiar with Vim and all of its intricacies, you could use nano etc sudoers. And I will have to make the screen the normal size, so I apologize about that. But just bear with me here. And then it's pretty easy to edit things with Nano, but I like using Vim. I'm gonna actually create a vimrc file to set some of the settings that I like to use with it. So I'm gonna do that first in the root account, because when I use sudo, I will need to reference the vimrc in the root account. So I'm gonna create a vim /root/.vimrc. And it didn't work because it's not installed. So I'm gonna install Vim now, which is basically a text editor that's got advanced commands and things like that. Makes text editing so efficient, but if you're not familiar with it, then it can be rather difficult to use. So I'm going to run that command that I tried running before. There we go. So what I like to do is show relative line numbers. So I'm going to hit I to start typing. I always like typing in set number and set relative number. Then I'll show line numbers in the future. And I always like to switch J and K around because I press J to go down and K to go up normally, but I like it the other way around. I prefer to press J to go up and K to go down for navigation. So I'm pressing K to go up right here, J to go down. I want to switch that. So to do that, press I again. I pressed escape, by the way, so I could use the J and K keys. Press I to go back into insert mode. That's pretty much the most basic parts of Vim. I'm not really going to go over how to use Vim anymore. But you can use Nano instead if you're unfamiliar with it, because it's a lot more user-friendly. But I use Vim now, so yeah. So I'm going to say nmap J to up. And then K is down. Then I hit escape, and normally I would press :WQ to save it, but instead I'm going to press Shift ZZ. That does the same thing, pretty much. And then I'm going to copy that same file to my user account. So I'm going to say cp root.vimrc over to home, not pi. Joseph is my username. So I just copied my vimrc so it'll apply everywhere now. I think I'm just going to go with the small text for now. Although it wouldn't hurt to learn how to make it bigger. Let's learn how to make the text bigger. I'm fine with this size, but for you viewers, you might not be, so that's why I'm gonna resize it. So, change font size. Yeah, this will go over how you do it. So I'm going to follow these settings right here to increase the size. Pretty straightforward stuff, and they have nice pictures showing how to do it. So let's see, first of all, how do I get to it? D package reconfigure. So D package reconfigure. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, so there's supposed to be a hyphen right here. So I'm basically resizing the font now. D package reconfigure console-setup. I should really know how to do this. So I'm gonna select UTF-8. Am I supposed to select something else? I feel like I'm supposed to select something else. The Latin, combined Latin, blah blah blah. I think this will be fine. I think it might have to do with the font. So then just say fixed. What? This looks different than the other guide. But I think that's size 18 right there. Well, that didn't work. There's actually a file you can edit. etc default console setup. And I can probably set it to like size 32. So I'm going to say vim etc console setup. And then it's actually etc default console setup. No, I think it's etc console setup. It says illegal file name, but yet a file came up. Looking for something regarding the font size. Let's go to the end of the file. What? I'm not even sure what's going on here. I'm gonna learn the proper way later on. Font face equals TER, probably some terminal one. And then font size equals, in quotes, 16x32. So that'll be size 32 maybe. Let's see what that did. So :WQ exclamation is how I'm getting out of this. Oh, that's a directory that I just edited. Oh, the remap. Oh, interesting. So vim etc console setup. Then you can double tap tab, you'll get all the different options. Remap. So that's the file I actually ended up editing. So now, how do I get it to apply? Type in reset maybe? No. Exit. Signing in as root again. That didn't work. Oh wait. Update init ramfs-u. Update init ramfs-u. Let's see if that works at all. Man, that's unfortunate. Never mind, I'm just gonna deal with this. Anyway, we have to add our user to sudo. I'm gonna not do password-based authentication, so I'm gonna say vim etc sudoers. We'll be on a user interface soon, I think. So I'm gonna jump to that line 20 where it says root equals all blah blah blah. I'm gonna add a line right there and say Joseph all equals all, and then I think in parentheses null pass wd colon all. I think that's the syntax that I used to add my username to sudo. Shift ZZ is not working because I think it's a read-only file, so I have to do colon WQ exclamation. Okay, that worked. So now if I sign in as I feel like OBS has a shortcut to auto resize. A source, but I can't remember how to do that right now. I'm gonna see if that's possible. So the guide I was just looking at, by the way, was this one. Auto resize source. Never mind. Thought there was a trick for doing that. But never mind. So let's see what we got here. So let's sign in as our normal name now. So sudo apt install git. Ooh, we got a syntax error. I did something wrong here. So I'm gonna sign in as root like this. And then see if we can identify. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have the parentheses wrong. I could have sworn it was like this. Oh wait, I think the parentheses is only around this all right here. I think this is where the parentheses goes. And then this has no parentheses at all. I think that's how it's supposed to be. Okay, let's try that once. Sudo apt install git. There we go, now it works. I just had the syntax wrong in the sudoers file. What I have now is correct. Alright. So now we should be in a phase where we can install that. One more thing I will need to install with my dual boot. This isn't relevant for the Star Trek stuff, but for my dual boot, I will have to install. Now, why don't I install it when we're in our interface? So now let's see what's next. Now we just have to install dependencies right here, like Xorg, LightDM, and whatever browser you want. I'm not going to install Brave, although I would like to, just because I had to add some dependency and I'm not going to do that right now. But for now, let's install those dependencies. So sudo in your main user, sudo apt install x11. I think that's all you need. No, xorg. Xorg. I don't think it's case sensitive. lightdm, which is I think what it actually runs off of for the interface. And I'm gonna do Chromium instead of Brave. Okay, so now it's gonna install everything when you go like this, which will take a little while. This would probably be a good time for me to talk about my partitioning setup now, while I'm waiting for all this stuff to install right here. So as far as switching out the processor, I'll elaborate on that in the next casual video because we're going to actually do stuff with it. So the thing I was going to mention was the new partitioning, or the partitioning that I currently use on this computer. Since I'm actually doing this on a host computer through a capture card rather than a virtual machine. So I have an M.2 drive in there that's 1 terabyte. That's where my main Windows installation is. And then I have a Debian installation on there. And the reason I'm not just adding the L cards to my current Debian installation is because that's Debian 11. Also, I want to leave that system alone. This is temporary. I just want to explore this a little bit. And then I have a SATA drive as well, which is also 1 terabyte. That's where I have Windows Server, and now this. So that's how things are partitioned on there. Make sure you don't just go willy-nilly with your partitioning. You want to make sure you know what you do when it comes to that. Otherwise, just use a virtual machine, or even get another hard drive that's empty, and you can just throw everything on there. But you also want to make sure that you select the correct hard drive when you install the operating system, because if you don't, that can be a problem. So yeah. So that's why I'm setting things up the way I am right now. Windows Server still works, so it looks like creating 2 ESP partitions worked out just fine. So currently I think it defaults to the Debian one, and I think I could also manually select Windows from my boot menu. I don't need to launch Windows Server through Grub. I can press F10 on this system and select Windows, and it'll just jump straight to Windows. I think that's why there's 2 EFI partitions, 1 for each of them. They're both bootable. Otherwise, I could just have one that's bootable and use Grub to get to everything. So the other thing that I was about to install, but I'm gonna wait till later, is OS Prober. So if you're adding entries to Grub and you need to install Windows, then so this is gonna be a lot faster now that it's downloaded everything. Uh-oh. That kind of looks strange. It might be fine though. But OS, if you're customizing your Grub install, you need OS Prober to detect other operating systems besides Linux ones. So you have Windows, you need OS Prober to detect that. And I think you add something in a configuration file, I don't really remember. But I've used that on my Debian setup. So yeah, that's my partitioning thing. I think this is gonna finish quick enough. Yeah, this is about to finish. So I'll just wait for it now. There is something that I'm gonna mention later on. that I did in a previous video, but has caused problems recently. And I'll show the solution as well. So now this is installed. So in theory, we should have all the dependencies that we need. So now, I don't think we do this right here. So we could just run all this. Unfortunately, I can't copy and paste right now. So I'm gonna have to manually type this all out. Unless I copy like a text file or something. That would make a lot of sense. I think I'm probably gonna end up doing that to the flash drive. So I have the instructions over on this screen. So I can type stuff right there. So first of all, I'll do some of the steps manually. So to install lcars, I recommend that we make a directory called lcars build or whatever you want. So what I did is I just created a folder. And then now we're going to go into that folder by typing in cd, then start typing in lcars and then hit tab and it'll autofill. So now we're in that folder right now. Nothing in it yet. So now we're gonna actually have to install wget as well. So apt install wget. Actually it's installed, so never mind. So now I'm gonna copy the rest of this script. But even if I have a text file, how do I copy and paste? I'll create a script out of it. So if you don't want to have to manually type in all the text that's right here, I'll show you a more automatic way to do it. So I'm gonna remove the flash drive. I don't think it's mounted. If I look at my mounted devices, I don't even have the flash drive mounted. See the SDB and then the SDB1 and SDB2. If you look at the last column that says mount point right there, none of those SDB devices towards the bottom are even mounted to anything. It's just blank. So in theory, I should be able to remove the flash drive without safely ejecting, because it's not even really inserted to begin with. So what I'm gonna do right here is insert it into my main PC. Then we're gonna go over to here. And I'm gonna copy all the text. You can just click copy right here, but I'm just gonna copy this stuff since I've already done these first two things. Otherwise, if you haven't yet, you could just copy all of it. I didn't think of this till last second, so sorry about this botched tutorial. I'm gonna probably put this in my utilities folder for now. Create a new text file, or else I could just create a text file in a program and then save it here. I'm gonna call it lcars script. I'm gonna actually have to rename it later on, but we'll get there. So now I have this open right here. I'm just gonna paste it there. So now that's saved out. We got all the text in there that we want. I'm gonna safely eject the drive. I'm not using the drive anymore, so it's strange that it would do that. But what you're not seeing is I'm ejecting the drive right here. It errored out when I first did it, but now it works. So now I can take this out, put it back into the second PC. Now if you're using a virtual machine, there's other ways you could do this. If you really wanted to, you could create an ISO file and copy things to there. Or else you could just manually type everything out if you want. No big deal. You could even put the text on GitHub and then pull it from there. Doesn't really matter too much. There's a lot of different ways you can do it, but this is how I'm doing it. So now let's go back onto the system. So now if we type in lsblk, I can see that my device is showing up right there, the SDB1. I can tell that's what it is because the size is 238.5 gigabytes. I need a way to be able to access what's on it now, so what I'm going to do is type in sudo mount, and the SDB1 is what I want, so I type /dev/SDB1 space, then /MNT. Oh, great. It's an exFAT file system, so I can't read it. You're probably not going to run into this because the default format for your drive probably won't be that. But I'll use this micro SD card for now to do the same thing. This tutorial's not going very well, is it? So I'm gonna insert my memory card. It's a Raspberry Pi memory card, so I'm kind of stuck with this partition right here, but I can put it on here and it won't be too big of a deal. I'm going to recreate that file. I just pasted the text. Now I'm going to save it to that drive and call it whatever I want and just save it. So I should be able to put that into, so the drive is H or I. So when I eject this drive, it doesn't matter which one of these I select, it's all part of the same thing. And you don't technically have to reject it, but the odds of data corruption are just a lot less when you do. So I just managed to form the habit of doing that. So now I'm going to insert the SD card into the second computer. You're probably not going to run into that error that I did, but this is how you work around it. So I'm going to type in lsblk again. And now there's new stuff, as you can see. It says mmcblk0, and then P1 and P2. Since I put it in the boot partition, I'm interested in the one that had the size of 256 M. That's the mmcblk0P1. So I'm going to run the command again, sudo mount. Now I'm going to say dev mmcblk0P1. That's what it is for me. You figure out what the device is for you to /MNT. So now that worked. I just had a file system issue, which you're probably not going to run into. I tend to run into these obscure issues, so very typical for me. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to temporarily go into that MNT because I have the file in there. If I type ls, actually I'm going to do an ls-l, then we can see everything all on one screen. You can see this is alphabetically sorted. lcar script.txt, that's what I'm looking for. So I'm going to rename this to a .sh file. So I'm going to type in mb and then start typing in lcars. I had it capitalized, so I have to type it capitalized here. I'm going to press tab to autofill that. Then I'm going to type the lcar script again and autofill it again. But this is going to be changed to .sh. And permission is denied. I should have had sudo mb rather than just mb. But I could also say sudo !! And now it worked. So next thing we need to do is make it so that the script is executable. Actually, first we should probably copy the script to that previous directory that we were in. So I should be able to say sudo cp .lcars.sh, and I renamed it from a .txt to a .sh. So actually, if I were to list all the files again, now it says lcarsScript.sh instead. So I'm gonna do I could resize this for now. So now I'm gonna say sudo cp .lcars over to, I'm gonna type it dash because the last directory I was in is where I want to copy it to, I believe. So now I'm gonna type in cd dash, and now we're back where we were originally. That didn't work. I'm gonna type cd dot dot, try this now. That didn't work. I lied about those instructions, so I'm gonna type cdmnt again. And I'm gonna copy lcarsScript.sh to tilde / I'm double tapping tab. Then I can see lcars build. That's what I really want to do. And I want to put sudo at the beginning. So now if I go back to that directory into lcars build, there it is. Now we need to make it executable, I think. Actually, I'm going to list it. It looks like it is executable already. If it's not, you would say sudo chmod +x. And then that script. And then you'll be able to run the script now, and it'll essentially run everything on that website. It'll run everything we copied here automatically. So now I'm gonna run those commands once, and let's see how it works. So now I'm gonna say ./ whatever we called that script. So now I'm gonna resize this. Sorry about that. Okay, so now I'm gonna run that script. I press tab autofill again, so now I'm gonna hit enter. So now it's doing those exact things. Oh shoot. I'm gonna open up the script file and see if I can copy and paste stuff directly from Vim and run it. No. Really? That's unfortunate. I was gonna say, can I redirect it? I'm gonna do something that's probably not gonna work. I'm gonna say sed-n-e 1p. You would do 3p if you copied all the text, so that's line 1 of the file. And then reference the file here. Then I'm gonna redirect it. I could probably redirect it to bash, sudo bash or something. Do we have internet connectivity? First of all, that could be the error. I just pinged Google. That's working fine. I press Control-C to stop the ping. Why was that not found? Oh, I don't know if you can tell, but on the second line right at the end, there's a %0D, which I think is making it not work. If I knew how to parse out those last two characters with a single command, then I would, probably. That's not the original file, is it? No, it's not. I did write a script before where I parsed out characters, but you know what? At this point, I'm probably just going to type it manually. Unless I could think of something better. Because when I run the script, it just errors out. That's unfortunate. So I'm gonna have to manually type everything. There's really no reason for you to see that, so I think what I'll probably just do is pause the video. I'm gonna pause the video, manually type in all the GitHub things that you're seeing right here. I'm gonna manually type in the wget for all these different things and see if it works, and then I'll be back once I do that. So you're not really gonna miss out on anything. So I'll see you then. Actually, I just thought of a better solution. I'm gonna cd ... I'm gonna manually download everything with GitHub. I think that'll be better. So to see if I can do a git clone. https://github.com/lcarsde. I think that's all I have to do. I made a mistake. /allcarswm.git. Or else maybe it's allcarsde.git. No. allcarswm. There we go. So this is actually downloading all the files, and now I can type in cd.allcarswm, and I think the files that we're looking for should be inside of here. Under releases, no. I'm gonna do a find and see if I can find the path of a .deb file. Nope. -iname.deb. Or if I go like this, no. I'm gonna look at the link and see if there's something I can do. There's multiple .deb files. Let me see if I can find... Oh, wait a minute. I think that's that Debian folder. Nope. Sorry, I'm just looking for those files. Seeing if they're in here anywhere. Maybe that idea wasn't so good after all. I can't imagine using the text-based web browser to be able to do it easily, could I? So I go to christitus.com/StarTrekOS. Oh, I can't highlight those links that are on there. Sadly. It's not letting me highlight. There's no chance that the other form of links will work, is there? I'm just seeing if there's something I can do without having to manually type everything. That's really what's going on here. But it's not letting me highlight what I'm looking for. Never mind. Those options, I think I will have to manually type it all. So I'm going to do that and I'll be right back. Another thing you could do is just copy the links directly. So copy these links after the wget, download the files, and use a flash drive to copy them over. That's another option. Didn't think of that till just now, so I'm now copying them onto a drive. And I'm going to do that and basically get it back on the system. I'll be back once I get it on the system. Okay, so I just copied... I downloaded the first file already, but I copied the rest of them to this folder right here. I'm now going to safely eject. And I guess update Java, apparently. Just to make myself more secure. But I just safely ejected the drive, I believe. Yep. Now I'm going to put it in the other system. Right. So before I removed the drive, I actually typed in umount/mnt to safely eject it. Then I had to do the sudo double exclamation mark again. Now that I've inserted it, I can see that it's I'm gonna run this command again to mount the drive, and since I want to copy all the files to here, there's the first .deb file. since I want to copy the other ones to here, I'm just going to say sudo cp/mnt/lcars. I basically put them all inside that folder in the lcars right there. So I'm going to do a star right there. Since I got all those .deb files, I'm just going to put a star, which is all of them. I always like to put -v if I'm copying more than one file at a time, then I can see what's happening. And then I'm just going to put a dot here to copy it to where we are now. There we go. So now we got all the .deb files. I'm going to real quickly make sure that my system is responsive. Yep. Just to make sure that the video didn't likely freeze up. Alright. So now I'm going to basically execute the rest of the script now. I'm going to say sudo dpackage-i and then a star.deb, so it's all the Debian files. It'll install every one of them. So error, I think it kind of worked. I think that's why we then do sudo apt-f install. Then I think it should fix whatever errored out according to this guide. So in theory, if we reboot the system, I think it'll work now. So I'm going to type sudo reboot, which will reboot it. So now I can just select our Debian again. I don't think those errors are problems. So now we have a graphical environment for once. And I think I should get multiple options of what to boot into. So up here where it says X session and then lcars WM, click on the lcars WM right there and then sign in with your credentials. There we go. Look familiar? So these numbers right here are actual processes. And then there's sound related stuff right here. One of them correlates with the RAM usage. This is like basically nothing right here. So then it doesn't really look like anything's happening, but I think if I press so there's a terminal. So it says Joseph at Enterprise. The terminal is right there, but I think we have to configure some things. So I think we have to copy. So sudo cp, sorry about the text being so small. So there's our full screen. Just press WinM to do that. Oh, I think I know what we need to do. If I use kitty for the terminal rather than this, sudo apt install kitty, then I think we might get a better size. If I type kitty right there, there we go. So it's a little bigger now. So I think if I do I'm gonna see if there's a kitty configuration to make the text a little bigger. So sudo vim.config/kitty. I have a configuration on my Debian, my other Debian installation. Maybe I'll actually, I think, now that we're in a graphical environment, we should, in theory, be able to pull up our web browser. How do I run programs? This programs button's not working. If I type Chromium, then we got a web browser. So I should be able to go to github.com/ChrisTitusTech. He's got a kitty configuration under Debian Titus. So we're actually web browsing on the Star Trek operating system now. It even shows the title down here, as you can see. Doesn't all fit, but whatever. So under .files, kitty. I'm gonna at least copy this configuration. So I'm gonna say raw. Control A, Control C, Alt Tab to come back to here. So now Chromium, since that's open, I can't do anything with the terminal right now. So I'm gonna press Shift Z. Then I think you type in BG. So now the Chromium still works, but I could use the terminal again. So I'm going to say vim.config kitty. Then I think it was called kitty.com. Kitty.com. That's what the terminal is called right here. So I'm going to paste all that text in. Theme.conf might error out, but whatever. So now I think if I reload kitty, why did that not work? Whoops. I just pressed WinQ, which I believe logs you right out. So I'm gonna sign back in. And launch the terminal. There we go. That looks a lot better now, doesn't it? Not quite perfect, but I'm gonna go with this for now. So now we're gonna modify some of the LCAR's configuration. So I think in etc sudo cp etc, then there's a lot of possibilities right here. I think there's an LCARS one. I just press Q so I can keep typing. LCARS DE. Oh, then a star. And I'm gonna copy that to .config/LCARS DE. I'm gonna copy all those files over to there. So now if we were to go into the .config, then LCARS DE, and of course the text on the bottom literally changed to that. That's pretty cool. Then let's see. So if I type else, we got a settings.xml and set status config. So under status config, there are a couple things we're gonna have to change in there. I want to launch another Kitty terminal, and then I think I'm going to type in that symbol, then I should be able to open up another one. Oh, I can't use this one now. Well, I'm going to press Control Z, which is not actually working. Let me see what this is real quick. Just someone here to bug us, really, on the phone. If I press Control C. Oh, interesting. Now there's two terminals open. And this one, of course. I'm pressing Alt Tab to switch between everything right now. Okay, so let's see here. What was I gonna do? Oh, status config. I wanted to be able to have another terminal in case I need to run a command to see what's going on. Oh, I could do that in Vim too. One of the cool things about it. So, status config. Vim even has its configuration with the relative line numbers. So if I want to go down to this line, just type in 26K. Boom, I'm there. If I want to go to that 0 and x equals 0, I just do that. So Vim is really cool in that sense. So I think line 41 is what they're interested in. I don't think we have to change anything there. But this value right here, the WLP2S0, that has to be a network device, which is why I needed the other terminal here. So to figure out what it is, you can type in ifconfig. And I don't even have ifconfig, so I can also type in IPA. And then I can see that my IP address is, or not the IP address. My interface is EN01, I mean. So this value right here should be EN0 or 01. I usually call 00 and then O for the actual letter, and usually it is a 0, so I confused myself there. Okay. So then I believe the other thing we're messing with is, obviously we were just messing with this. There's asterisks right here, which means we're gonna have to modify this as well. So that's what I'm looking at now. Gonna look at my phone for a second. Sorry, bear with me. All right. So now, so this line right here, I think we might leave all the characters there. I'm not sure. Like the F0, no, it's supposed to correspond with sys/class/nets right here. So what I could actually do to quickly view what's in it is type in : exclamation mark, I'm gonna do less dash capital N. I don't need the line numbers, but I like to do it. For / sys class net. And then we can see what is a directory. +-n sys class net en01 is also a directory, huh? Oh, you can press the up arrow to re-execute stuff on here too. That's cool. So this is a Vim thing, but if you're not using Vim, you could use the terminal and just as easily go like this. Might use cat rather than less. Let's figure out what the sys class net en01. That starts with E something. en01 might be all there is. I don't see anything else that's special there. So I think it's just en01 probably. So I'm just gonna do en01 like that. And I think that's all we need to change for right now. But the settings has shortcuts and things like that, so I think we could just run vim settings.xml. Whoops, not / vim settings.xml. So those are all of our bindings right here. So I use X rather than T. That's a read-only file, so I think we do need sudo. So rather than lint, I'm going to change that T to an X. And rather than Xterm, I now use kitty as you saw before. So I'm going to add that. Win B, the Windows key in B is for the browser. Instead of saying Firefox, I'm going to say Chromium. I think that's probably all I have to change right there. The other shortcuts you can modify if you want. Looks like Alt F4 closes the window just like in Windows. As far as other settings go, I think I'll probably mess with that some other time, and I'll try to write down what I did so that I can showcase it here. But yeah, that's pretty much it for that. So now I don't think it'll apply yet. I'm just gonna log out with WinQ, then log back in real quick. Let's see if the shortcuts work. So WinX, boom, pulls up the correct terminal now. WinB now pulls up a web browser. And in theory, I should be able to press it again for more. Yep, there's two terminals open. And Alt F4 to close out an application. So obviously people talk about how you miss some screen real estate, but you can always press WinM to make it bigger like this, or even like this. So, yeah. Now this changed, I think. Probably has to do with the wireless. Chris was also talking about installing also utils for the sound. We could see if the sound works too in a little bit. So I'm gonna go back to the terminal. Sudo apt install also utils, I think it is. Then it'll install the required sound utilities. It looks like it just started up a process potentially. I would probably log out and back in. And technically the keyboard shortcuts, we can pretty much configure to do really anything. It's actually running a script. Or bash commands, I mean. Terminal commands. Now as far as getting the theming to work over here, since I spent so much time on this, I'm not even gonna try to get that figured out right now, but I'll do it sometime later. I'll try to write down what I do, and then I can show you some other time. There's a way to like show your window on the side. And programs. This button doesn't seem to work either. I would imagine .config all cars de status config. I imagine that you configure something right here. Might have to install like a theme or something. This Wi-Fi status could be completely gone as far as we're concerned. Might have to install a Python dependency. I'm gonna see if Python is installed right now. Looks like it is. About Python 3, yep. So Python 2 and 3 are both installed. So that's not a problem. I should be able to run this script right here. But I imagine that the things that don't work can be configured right in here. I'll look into that later, but for now, why don't we see if sound works real quick. So I'll pull up the browser. YouTube.com. Why don't we just real quickly see if it has audio. So I'm gonna make it so I can hear it. And I'm gonna unmute the capture card audio. Let's see if this works. I'm not hearing it, so there's probably something else I'm missing. Actually, it's unmuted. But I don't think there's audio coming through. I'm sure there's something else I could do. I'm not even going to worry about that right now. I'm going to mess around with this later, but I think we got this good enough for now. So that's pretty much it at its core. You can, of course, install more utilities like so we can install more utilities like everybody seems to install NeoFetch, which allows you to see what kind of utilities are on there. Or the specs, I should say. It's a nice command line utility that shows all the different specs. It makes it really easy to do that. So I can say NeoFetch. And I can see I'm running Debian even though it looks like Alcars. I got under 1,000 packages using LCARS WM for the window manager. I'm only using 300 megs of RAM. So I could have less than a gig of RAM and be able to run this just fine. So if you had like a really old computer, you want to repurpose it, you could probably install something like this on there if you were crazy enough. You can also run basic programs like CMatrix. I'm also going to install Alse and OS Prober Grub Customizer in case I want to configure Grub later on. I'm going to install all 4 of those utilities. So CMatrix does that, which is pretty cool. Of course, I could go like this, and we get a full screen matrix right there. What else did I just install? Cause. So you can make a Cause stuff, which is pretty cool. OS Prober and Grub Customizer. I'm not going to use that right now, but I imagine I will later. So yeah, that's basically the Star Trek operating system in a nutshell. You can use it like an actual computer and do all sorts of cool stuff. I can edit text, I can run Python scripts easily because I have Python installed. I could install like VS Code if I wanted to edit programs and things like that. I could install an Office suite. Pretty much whatever you want. Like as far as like playing videos, I would use celluloid with MPV probably. That should be a pretty good experience overall. I would literally install MPV and celluloid. I don't remember what it's called right now, but well, I could do apt search celluloid. Then I would imagine it might be one of these, I'm not sure. That might be where I want to switch to the SID branch. You would just modify something in etc app sources, and I think where it says Buster updates, or where it says main, I think you would change that to SID. I don't know if that's right, but something like that. That's how you change the branch. I'm not going to do that right now, but that's how you would do it. So yeah, that's all I'm going to do on here. Why don't we launch my other Debian installation, shall we? So I can showcase that and do a couple things on there that I've been meaning to do for a while. I would spend more time on that Star Trek thing, but I spent way more time than I was hoping to in the first place. This is just like the first thing out of almost 10 things I wanted to do. So I'm going to disable SATA and re-enable my PCI. So now I can launch Windows 10 and then my other Debian installation. I'm going to do the other one. So we'll see that work now. So now it actually launched Ventoy, which isn't what I wanted. I can access the power menu by pressing F5, by the way. I never mentioned that in the last video. But I can go to the BIOS right here. I'm going to reboot it, then remove the flash drive. So it goes into Grub. So then I should be able to launch Debian through there. Oh, I forgot to mention how to disable the root account. I'll show you what the command is later on. I have the command written down. You know what? I'm gonna real quickly demonstrate how to disable root. Fortunately, I could go to the BIOS settings right there. There's an option in Grub for that. So that's my Debian 11 installer we just saw there. So now this is going to reboot into the BIOS settings. So I'm going to go back into... That's right, I now use a keyboard instead of the mouse. Just like in the olden days. So I'm going to launch back into the Star Trek operating system. So that login manager was LightDM. That's how we logged in with the user and password and got into our environment. I don't have to do the Star Trek one, but I already have another one. This is just like an addition. So if I go up here, I can select X session instead. And I end up in a terminal, basically. That's not what I wanted to do. So I just typed in exit. Now I can press LCARS and go like that. I'm gonna press WinX to do the terminal again. And to disable root, the root account, once you've already enabled it, then let me see if I can find, I wrote down the instructions. So you want to go to, in the etc patchwd file, and where it says root right here, rather than saying bin bash at the end, you want it to say sbin / no login. That's what you want to do to disable the root account. So I think if I now try to go into root, the account is not available. So that's one way to disable the root account. You can re-enable it using sudo, like I just did here. But sudo commands will still work, as you can see. So if you need to use root privileges, you still have that. But I enabled root because sudo wasn't installed, and I think I need root to put it on there. Otherwise, I could probably boot into a live environment and install it. But I locked myself out somehow. So those are some options right there. So yeah, that's all I'm going to show for that. So that's how you disable the root account. So now we're going to go back into my other Debian installation where I'm using BSPWM, which is the Debian Titus. So I'm going to re-enable PCI, disable SATA. So that's how I do that. That was literally only the first thing out of several different things. So I don't want Windows here. I want my other Debian. So I'm using BSPWM on here. I'll kind of talk about the system just a little bit. I have it automatically sign in because I'm encrypting Grub. So this should look familiar if you watch Chris Titus live streams. I'm going to talk about how I configure that probably in the next video. So right there, I automatically launched Barrier so that I could use my main keyboard and mouse rather than this one. Right, so I have 2 keyboards and mice right here in case you aren't aware. I'll real quickly show if it doesn't take too long to set it up. Yeah, so in case you aren't aware, I do have 2 keyboards and mice right here. I'll show my overlay. Of course, I got a Stream Deck and all sorts of stuff like that. So that's how I typically control the computer right now, using that solution right there. So yeah. Now let's talk about some Debian stuff. I'm gonna do some things in Debian real quick, and yeah, then I can show you how that system works. So what you were seeing before was, so this is a tiling window manager, so I can have like my web browser right here, for example. I've also got Brave installed, so that's a possibility here. And I got all these different workspaces where I access everything. If I run a neofetch on here, there we go. I could have another terminal right here if I want. Have a nice way to switch between everything very quickly. If I want to launch my virtual machine manager, I got that right here. I can very quickly switch between them on command. So it's actually quite neat. Chris did show that system, but yeah. I've also got a network share as well as my other partitions on the hard drive. So I can access my Windows partition right here, for example. So this is yeah, the documents that are on my Windows installation, I can pull them in right here. I'll probably demonstrate how I do that in the next video. Just spoiler alert. My next video, I'm gonna actually install this Linux on my main system and switch away from Windows altogether, because I love this Linux system. I'm still gonna dual boot Windows probably, because there will be occasions where I need it, but I'm gonna have Linux be my primary operating system, Windows be secondary. I had to figure out the hard drive configuration for that. I'll probably talk about that later on, but so that'll probably be in the next video. I'll be migrating my main system to Linux, and we'll do some interesting stuff regarding that. So yeah. So I just press Win W or Win Q to close things out. So this is really just Debian as well. It's Debian 11. And all I'm really using is BSPWM for the tiling window manager. This is Polybar up here using the Nordic theme as Chris does. Rofi for searching utilities like this. If I want to launch a program like Steam, which I will be doing in a little bit. The power menu is also part of Rofi. Chris is using a font to show like the power logo and all the different icons, but I haven't really figured that out yet. So in the meantime, I have buttons for like power off, reboot, lock, suspend, and log out. I have abbreviations for those. And by the way, what's really cool is the lock actually, I'm using i3 lock right here. And if I type in the password, that's what happens. Then I can get right back in. So it's pretty neat. So that's in my BSPWM configuration. So I do vim config BSPWM and BSPWM-IC, I think. This is what my configuration looks like. There's probably a lot of stuff I could actually get rid of, but by the way, to make barrier automatically start, I'm using XDO tool to press keys on the keyboard to make it automatically start. Otherwise it doesn't automatically connect. And if it does automatically connect, then it causes all these problems. I might go into that more in depth later. And then this is how I mount my network share. I did try creating a systemd service, but it just wasn't working for me. I even tried using fstab, but for some reason that didn't work either. Can't remember what was all involved, but it didn't work. And I ended up just doing this because the mount command works. When you translate it to the fstab file, it just doesn't properly translate. This is what I have. This should work, especially since I have the credentials stored in that etc file. But yeah, as far as my other drive, this works. I have it mounted into Media Joseph, and yeah, that works pretty well. Using the FS tab rather than a systemd mount like Chris does, mainly because I just didn't have luck getting it figured out. So this is basically the system. So all it is BSPWM for the tiling window, polybar for that top bar that you see right here with the Nordic theme, Rofi for this menu, SXHKD for all the keyboard shortcuts that I'm doing right here. And there's a fifth thing that is critical. Oh, Kitty for the terminal. That's pretty much all it is, so that's all that's required for doing graphical things, which is pretty crazy. So yeah, it's pretty neat. I'm just getting used to the system. I've ran into so many frustrating issues, like getting the sound to work was an absolute pain, but I got that now. There's actually supposed to be an Ethernet logo right here, but that's a font related thing that I haven't figured out yet either. To me, it's not really a priority. In fact, I wouldn't mind just having it say the ETH for Ethernet. So yeah, I mean, pretty much everything that you see is commands in the terminal. Every graphical thing, BSPWM, which is launched by SDDM for the login manager. I just skipped the SDDM login, so we didn't see that screen, but it did happen. And yeah, that's pretty much all this is. And it's a totally functional system. As long as the hardware is compatible with this, I mean, as long as the software is compatible with this, then you can run anything. So yeah, one of the things I haven't figured out yet is the screenshot utility. I did install FlameShot, I think, but it's not working. In fact, it might not even be installed yet, so I'm gonna install it. It's already the newest version. I think the BSPWMRC file. Whoops. I keep bumping keys. My bad. I think there's something in here for FlameShot, which is a screenshot utility that I use. The utility runs in the background. That's the only instance of FlameShot. Oh, SXHKDRC is where the shortcut is mapped. It's not showing up for some reason. So I just do vim.config SXHKDRC. So those are all my. So when X is launches Kitty, when R is how I have this menu come up. That's what all this is right here. To reload it, I just press Win Escape. And then WinB is Chromium. WinShiftB is Brave, because I use both of them pretty much equally. If I press WinP, it looks like it's supposed to save the picture into that path right there. So I'll open up another terminal so I can see the path at the same time. Yeah, you can open up a bunch of windows like this. You can literally open as many as you want, which is pretty crazy. You can do that with any of the utilities like the web browser. You can open up a whole bunch of them and where you want them. You can have the cursor on the left side. You open up another Chrome. You can open up a Chrome here, up here. You got full flexibility over that. You can switch between all these different workspaces too. I love this system. It's a totally different way to use a computer, but it works and it is designed for productivity, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, so obviously if I have some sort of path like Media Joseph, users, since it's the entire drive, I'm gonna go into pictures, screenshots, and then if I want to open up that path in Thunar, which is a file manager, that's what this is, by the way, Thunar. I could just say Thunar, then the current directory, that's what the dot means. And if let's say that my overlay is in the way, I can then come, if I want to put it in this workspace, I could press Win-Shift-3 and then Win-3 to go to that workspace 3. Looks like it actually worked. Actually, no. That's something else. Not even sure when that picture was taken. That's interesting. For some reason, that screenshot that I just had didn't take itself. Maybe that's just because I was in the terminal. So WinP. That didn't do anything. What we could do is I just press Control-Shift-C right there. I could run this command and see what happens, then I could get some debugging info. Invalid path. That's a directory. Oh, wait a minute. There's a UUID right here that shouldn't be there. So maybe what I want to do is delete that. I want to delete that too. Maybe that's why it wasn't working. So yeah, when you run commands, pretty much every keyboard shortcut is just a bash script. Pretty much all it is. So you can run the command and see what's wrong if something's not working. So I'm gonna open up Thunar again. Oh, that's what that was. If I wanted to run Thunar right there without it taking up the terminal, Control-Z, BG, then it'll work. But if there's any console messages, it'll still appear in the terminal. But you can also use it. So let's see if it works now. I probably still have a mistake in the file, I would imagine. So if I just copy this and run it. Oh, it just copied weird because there's two terminals right there. Let's run that once. I just moved it over to there. And now back. That worked out just fine. Oh, I have to reload SSHKD for it to take effect. Which is what I use the super escape for. Or win escape. Now if I press it. Boom. So that's why I wasn't able to take screenshots before. So win shift P. So now if I want to take a screenshot like this. Boom. Yeah, there we go. It tiled on this viewer. I may want to change around my image viewer, for example. Because it's probably opening with the wrong program. Maybe I want to open it with that. Yeah, even that image magic thing is probably better. So I'm going to open it with that from now on. There. Cool. So now the screenshotting is all fixed. So if you saw the last video, you remembered that I was using the Steam controller. Because I like to use the computer on the couch sometimes, and using the Steam controller to control pretty much everything is quite useful. I sort of got it set up on this Debian Titus, by the way. I was thinking of trying to use it as a daily driver, which means that I'd be using it with this too. The experience isn't particularly the best, but I'll kind of show you what it's like. So, first thing I would do is launch Steam, which I could add it to startup. I don't currently have it because I don't want to use it right now, but I did have it in startup at one point, and I can't figure out how to get it to go into the workspace I want by default. Of course, there's a big update. While we're waiting, I can show you how I would make it automatically start up. Okay, so now that this is done, I don't need this terminal anymore, so now I'll use this one. So if I do the BSPWM RC, give me a second. There's something that's... Yeah, here we go. Everything's good now, so I'm gonna go back into the BSPWM RC. And I think I have Steam in here somewhere. Yeah, of course. Line 69 out of all lines. Why? I can't tell you how many times that's the line number that I'm trying to reference. It's ridiculous how often it happens. Even right here we got workspace 6, and up there we got workspace 9. Unbelievable. So this doesn't work for some reason. What this line should be doing, if I have it commented out, is Steam should automatically go to workspace 9, which is this one. But it still doesn't work even when I have that line in there, I believe. Or else it does. Oh, actually it does work, but when I want to use the on-screen keyboard, for example, that also goes to workspace 9. I want it to be whatever workspace I'm in. I'll maybe explain what I'm talking about in a little bit. But I don't have it automatically go to 9. Instead, when it goes, this is a command to make it go to workspace 9. If I were to actually copy that command and run it right now, can I run it directly in Vim? If I type in BSPC desktop -F workspace 9, brings me to workspace 9. That's the first time I've ever switched workspaces in Vim. Then I just hit enter and I'm back in my file again. So that's pretty cool. So basically it just goes to workspace 9, opens it up there, then switches to my default workspace 2. That's basically what happens. So this should technically be in workspace 9 right now, not 2. So I gotta sign in with Steam, I guess. So I'm gonna do that now. So give me a second here. Whoops. Why is it not doing the transition there? It just did it. I don't think that worked the way I wanted it to. I think you're able to see this. It doesn't even matter. I just have to punch in a password, that's all. I think that's it. Nope. Okay. So now Steam opens up right there. What I really want to do is go to here. And yeah, I don't have a lot of games on there. I'm not really much of a gamer. But yeah, there's like a family account that we have with more games on there for when I do that. So I just use that. So Steam is now open. And really the way this works is I gotta connect the controller first. I have a wireless receiver. So now the controller is connected. So I'm moving the cursor with the controller. So I gently press down this trigger and then spin this to go between workspaces, which is not working right now for some reason. Big picture mode works. Not sure if you're hearing the audio from it. You might be. For some reason this something's weird going on here. Sorry about that. There. So you're probably hearing these sounds. Yeah, so the sounds are working here. Download my cloud files to this computer. Since I do this on multiple computers, I should technically store my key mappings in the cloud. Then I can sync them up between all my devices, including this one. This is how I have all my controls right here. So in theory, the controls should work fine. And I have them corresponding with Windows as much as possible. It's not letting me do the workspace switching for some reason. Let's find out why. Sorry about the sounds if they're annoying, but oh, this cycles tabs rather than my workspaces. So how do I cycle between my workspaces? I think I have some key mapping for that. I'm not even gonna figure it out right now, but I have most things working. As far as like the volume, I guess that doesn't work. I have to pop into this Pavu control to do it, which is pretty much just as convenient. And of course I can do this, go back beyond 100%. And you heard the sound through the capture card, so that worked. I press the same key as I do to close an application, which strangely enough that's not working. Oh, it switched to my normal configuration rather than my Debian one. That's probably why. For some reason it thinks it's confusing my Debian configuration with this is my Windows one, not even Debian. I had it configured at one point, but I don't see it at all. My controller configuration is not working, but really all those keyboard shortcuts, I just map them correspondingly. That's all you need to know. And it basically works. But so like rather than doing Alt F4 for this button, if I want to close applications, this is kind of how I would map it. I just come into here. I press this button to go to big picture mode, which is this, so I can configure the controller. This would be rather than Alt F4, Win Q. What? Win Q. And you get that I would basically map everything else too. So now that closes. And what if I'll ever do some Vim editing in here? I can close these all out. And I can pretty much do everything. If I gently press this button and then press the close button, it'll press Control W to close a tab rather than the entire thing. And it maps out pretty nice. I can map pretty much everything on here. Mode shifting is how I just gently press the trigger. I kind of explained that in the last video, but yeah, so it does work on here, by the way, which is pretty neat. Turning off the controllers is still mapped correctly. Some of the things are, but some of the things aren't. So yeah. I was thinking of adding some auto hotkey functionality to this installation to try to get everything up to match up with auto hotkey, but that doesn't quite work the way I would hope. So as far as trying to match it up with auto hotkey in Windows, it's probably not going to match up exactly the same since I use the Windows key to switch between workspaces and auto hotkey to its own thing. But I'm going to do some things to make it more like that experience. For example, I like to use auto hotkey text-based shortcuts to pull up certain programs and folders and things like that. And it pretty much works just like this. So if I wanted my documents, for example, I just type in pdocs which didn't work. Actually, it did. That's quite slow, which makes me think the video could be freezing up potentially. I'm gonna want to look into that. But yeah, I pull up my documents with text expansion. As far as how I did that in AutoHotkey, I pretty much just have it programmed like this. So all I really did was type in this. And when I type in pdocs in a space, it'll open up that following path and then return. It's pretty much all it is. I want to be able to do something like that in Linux too. So it's normally meant for text expansion. So like here's some of my text expansion that I would typically do. I don't use all of these days, but if I type in like BTW right here, it automatically replaces it with by the way. And yeah, that's pretty much how that works. So things I need to commonly type I can do. I can also make it do certain things like opening stuff up. It doesn't matter at all. So it's actually pretty neat. Oh, the thing regarding AutoHotkey that I was also going to show is, you might remember from one of my past videos, I added my scripts to the startup folder as a symlink using link shell extension. But that's been problematic because of a script that I recently made and it causes problems with it. So now in the shell startup folder, I type in shell startup. Instead of doing a symlink, I now do a typical shortcut, and it works just fine with that. So I've actually recently designed a program that basically just shows a bunch of buttons with AutoHotkey. You know what? I'm thinking about the video potentially freezing up. I want to make sure it's not doing that. Everything appears to be working fine. So I think if I can open up my folder and everything loads relatively quickly, it's probably working fine and the video is not randomly freezing up. Most likely. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. But anyway, as I was saying, it was interfering with one of my AutoHotkey scripts. I designed a user interface program that shows a bunch of buttons that just act like shortcuts. And I have two different types of shortcuts. One of them will open up a URL. The other one will open up some path on the system. I always go to the common places and it's pretty nice to be able to do that. I'm going to pull it up real quick, but I want to make sure I don't have any buttons that I wouldn't want to show on this video. Doesn't matter. So this is what the program looks like. You're probably wondering, why does it have two columns? Well, it doesn't have to. It just does because sometimes I like to have the screen in 720p just to make things bigger and easier to see sometimes. I would use UI scaling, but it has certain problems with some programs. The scaling just glitches out and the elements don't scale quite right. So I'd rather change the resolution than do UI scaling. I'm going to be much further away from the screen, so I won't even notice that the resolution isn't native. But yeah, so I got all these buttons, so if I want to go to my documents, I just click on the documents and it pulls it right up. It's quite handy when using the Steam controller because I can press a button on the Steam controller and pull things up almost instantly just by clicking on the buttons. And when I have my main AutoHotkey script, what actually happens is my main AutoHotkey script that I was just showing in the shell startup right here, that actually runs, that script launches the button script that I was just showing. And when I have my main script running with a symlink file, then none of the buttons show up. And it's all because of how I had a symlink here. Basically, when I had a symlink here, none of the buttons would show up here. So that's been a problem. But yeah, that fixed it. So now it always works, which is great. So I just wanted to showcase that so I can open up files or folder paths or links. As far as the links go, I always like to have it punch in the URL like that. It actually clicks the URL bar and then punches in the URL. And the reason I do that is because then I can do it in either Brave or Chrome. Doesn't matter what web browser I'm in, it'll punch in the link regardless. So the script is actually quite simple because I revamped it recently. This is all that it is. This is the entire script. So if I want to have more buttons per row, I just change this variable here to like 25, for example. Then everything's in one column, but on the smaller resolution, I like to have 15. When I have a large resolution, typically on the bigger TV, I go with 1080p, and I like to have 35 buttons per row. And as far as the buttons themselves, so this is for a file, and this is for a link. So you don't have to change any of the code unless you want to change the number of buttons per row, or if for some reason your scaling is different than mine, you can change the formula for figuring out the size of the window based on the number of buttons automatically. This is what I do, and it works pretty well for me on all my systems. So this is where the actual buttons are stored. I used to manually code them in here, and I used to have to change like 5 things just for one button, which is aggravating. If I want to change the order, then I have to change a few more things yet. Now I made it so it can read from a file. So literally to create a button, all I'm doing is, and yeah, you can check out any of these links if you want to. Those are just my shortcuts at the moment. So like my sound panel, for example, that's, where is it? Right here. That's this, which I use this utility all the time for like equalizers and things like that. I want to make sure I don't, okay, good, it's not turned on right now. So to create a button, all I have to do now is the button label. So like video 4, the type of button is either a link or a file, depending on whether it's a URL, that's a link, or else if it's a file path, you just type in file. And that correlates with these right here. It determines which one of these functions to run. And then the actual path or link. That's all required to create a button. And yeah, so now if I launch it, video 4, I just added that. I want to change the label. Boom, sample. If I want to change the order, then I can just change the order like this, and it'll appear in the corresponding place. So it's pretty neat. So I was just showing that script mainly because when I had a symlink in the shell startup, it was causing none of the buttons to appear, and making it a regular shortcut fixed it. So I just wanted to show you that symlinks can be problematic, especially if it's not native to the operating system like it is in Linux. So yeah, just wanted to point that out. So anyway, I was demonstrating how I can do text expansion, even to pull up folders like documents, or if I want to pull up my auto hotkey scripts, boom, pull up that one. If I want to pull up my 64-bit applications on my secondary hard drive, boom. If I want to do it on the primary hard drive, I got a shortcut for that. I would like to be able to do that in Linux, or at the very least have text expansion. But I think you should be able to program that sort of thing too. I hope. So that's what we're going to get into now. We're not going to do some text expansion related stuff on here. So there is a utility called Espanso that looks pretty promising. So I'm just going to close out of there. And I think you can just install it, Espanso. I think you actually download it online. That's alright. Espanso should allow me to do all those different things. That's really interesting how it is privacy conscious, I guess. I don't know too much about that, but this is cross-platform compatible, which is pretty cool. So I'm running X11. Wayland is newer, but it has a lot of problems in general, so I tend to stick with X11 these days. So I can download a deb package, and I'm able to copy and paste that directly. Do I have a downloads folder? Yeah. So I'm gonna download the deb file, which is right there. Then I think you just install it with dpackage-i. Running the following command in the terminal. Sudo apt install with a Debian package. I didn't know you could do that. I thought you had to use dpackage. Oh, by the way, I'm using Nala rather than apt, which is just, it uses apt behind the scenes, but Nala is an interesting front end for it. What's a package I can install real quick and demonstrate this? What's that minimal web browser that Chris has talked about? Well, let's say I wanted to remove and then reinstall that matrix utility right here. I would do Nala remove. I'm going to use remove rather than purge because I want to maintain the settings. I'm going to reinstall it anyway. Nala remove cmatrix. It's basically apt, but it looks a lot different. Looks pretty cool. And I will point out that Nala will glitch out if you're installing a package that requires accepting like a end user license agreement or something. It doesn't just pull it right up, so it'll glitch out. You have to use apt for that. I could change my alias from apt to Nala, but I'm not going to do that because I want to be able to choose what to use consciously. So that's why I'm doing that. And I think this will take a while to update if you've used apt first, or if it's just been a while. It supports things like parallel downloads and sorry, it probably looks weird with the sun. So I'll pull down the shade a little bit. I don't really care about the sun from the other window, but I think this will be fine. So yeah, I'm gonna try to install Espanso. I'll probably use apt for the... Actually, I'd be curious to see if this works. And you can also go back in time with Nala. So if you install a package, you can essentially undo it. So now if I say Nala install cmatrix, for those of you who are freaking out about me uninstalling it, I did that so I could do this. So it's back, don't worry. Everybody has to have that. So now sudo nala install. What's it called? Espanso. Did I even install it with wget? Espanso. Yeah. Sudo nala install Espanso. I would have thought Expanso just because it's an expander. Oh, that's neat. So this is how you install stuff with Nala. I think it's supposed to look a lot like how Fedora does this. But yeah. So now I think Espanso is a Espanso version. So we got it installed now. So now we have to register it as a service. That didn't copy everything correctly. Let's try that. And you don't want to run that as sudo because you're specifically installing the service for your user. Okay, so then Espanso start. Keyboard and mouse is dropping out with the signal. Just move the receiver a little bit. It's even possible that the screen glitched out too. Oh, that's weird. Whoops. Okay, so I forgot that I had the web page pull up on here, sorry. Now let's start the service for once. Oh man, do I have to launch it with a terminal like this? There we go. So now, hidden behind me, we got the start. So there's a really cool configuration file. Boom. In theory, it does run shell commands. So let's see if we have a configuration. So I'm back in the home folder. Config. Default. I don't know if that's what we want. Well, let's see what that is. Vim default.yml. Let's see what's all in here. That's not the right file. Match is probably what we're looking for. Ah, yeah, here we go. So it gives some nice examples, and what looks like this runs an actual shell command. So it runs the command and then it actually replaces it with that output. So if I went into, do I have a text editor? Ah, we can try it right here. So shell, that was executed using the echo command. So, what I should be able to do is, let's duplicate all this. So I just copy and then paste. What? All because of where the cursor was positioned. So copy and paste. There we go. So trigger, let's say I wanted to open up my home folder. Then I can just type in home right there. Replace, I think I'm just gonna have it be blank for now. It will be shell. And then the command, let's say I want to open up my home folder, I would just do thunar. So do thunar and then the tilde symbol. So in theory, that should allow me to run that command. What did I call it? Home. Oh man. I think it has to have a display variable. My current display. So it did apply, it looks like, but what I think I want also is export display equals the :0 and that. I think that might fix it. I feel like there's gotta be a way to do it. I'll probably just figure it out on my own time. There's a lot of things I wanted to do on here. But if I want to run commands, then realistically I could create aliases in hey, wait a minute, did I even, yeah, I saved it before. Right? Oh, maybe not. Export display equals :0 and that. Oh, caps lock is on. That screwed up the shortcut. So, okay, that's probably good. Nah, it didn't work. Plus it's in a different workspace, which is not. Why don't we try, I could realistically create an alias in bash rc. Okay, it has to be in the home folder right there. So I could say alias home equals cd tilde. So then I'd have to reset And I don't even know if that's gonna work. Yeah, no. Reset does not work, so I think I have to do the source bash RC. Now if I type in home. Oh wait, I wanted to do Thunar, didn't I? The point is I can use I can use the terminal for these aliases, and I can still do text expansion, especially ones involving output. So in this case, I think it would probably make sense for me to not type home. It just ran CD again because I have to do that source. For some reason that didn't work. Okay, now I should be able to do it. Boom. So if I want to run an alias, I should probably be able to do that. But that sucks that it steals control of the terminal. There's probably ways for me to background it. Like if I redirected standard out standard into like dev null or something crazy like that, then I could program the alias to automatically not take control of the terminal, I think. So yeah, I was going to map some of my other common shortcuts, but I'm not going to do that now given how much time I've been spending on this. So that's pretty much all for that. There's a lot of other things I was going to do, but I think I'm going to take a little break for now, and we'll come back when I'm doing this stuff some more. So I guess I'll see you then. Right, so now we're going to move on to the next thing that we're going to be doing today. So it is actually the next day, but we're going to continue on with this video regardless. So let's just get to it. So the next thing I was thinking of doing was setting up a voice assistant engine thing. So this is actually... So you're probably familiar with like Google Home or Amazon Echo, Cortana, Siri, those types of things. Well, we're going to try to set up our own where we can actually program it ourselves to do certain things and do things that it actually came with. So we're going to set up our own voice engine now. I think this should be a pretty interesting thing to try. So what we're going to be using is a program called Mycroft. That's an open source voice engine where you can install custom skills, I call it, which is, as the name describes, its ability. And I'm gonna try to program some of my own to see if I can get that to work. So yeah, let's just do that. So this is gonna be on my Raspberry Pi, but you should be able to install this on pretty much any system, I think. At least any Linux system, pretty much. So yeah, let's just get to it. So I'm gonna go onto my Raspberry Pi. So this computer fell asleep, I think. It glitches out sometimes. There we go. So we're not going to install it on this system. We're going to install it on my Raspberry Pi. Then when I have my Raspberry Pi deployed, it should work whenever, pretty much. And we'll go into all the stuff later on. But we're going to basically set up our own custom voice engine. I think this should be a pretty interesting project. So I'm going to hop onto the Raspberry Pi now. Right. So we should be able to just install Mycroft directly onto here, which is the service we'll be using. Otherwise, it would be Pycroft or some other alternative. So if we launch a web browser on the Raspberry Pi, you search Mycroft Raspberry Pi. That might not even be the right search term. I might search a site like this maybe. So basically, you can download it with, you can download basically a Raspberry Pi image where you image the Raspberry Pi. But I'm not going to do that because I want this Raspberry Pi 4 to do all the other stuff it currently does. I want Mycroft to be an addition to everything it already does. So I'm not going to image it. Otherwise, you would download the image for Mycroft and then you could use like Etcher, Rufus, or Raspberry Pi Imager. Actually, I don't know if Rufus would work, but Etcher, Raspberry Pi Imager to load the image onto an SD card, and then you should be able to run it. It's technically based on Raspbian, so that's why I'm just gonna do it right on this Raspbian right here. They call it Raspberry Pi OS these days, but if you want, you could also follow some of the steps that are on here. Search in Mycroft. Sorry, I can't find the page. Maybe it's because I'm using DuckDuckGo rather than... Oh yeah, this is what I was looking for. So you can download the image right here. Otherwise, you could go to here and build it yourself. So you download the Raspbian. And then you configure it to basically be exactly the same as the image. But I'm technically going to probably follow these steps most likely. But I'm just gonna do Mycroft installation tutorial. I think it's Mycroft like that. Or Mycroft Linux tutorial. Since the Raspberry Pi OS is technically based on Debian, can I run a neofetch on here real quick? And I can see the specs, and we'll see that the Raspberry Pi OS is technically Debian at its core. There's all these different Linux distributions, but there's three main desktop ones, which is Debian, Fedora, and Arch. All of them are pretty much based on that. Yeah, Gentoo is its own thing, but if you want to add time complexity with compiling your own packages and all those things, then fine, call Gentoo its own. But basically you got Debian, Fedora, and Arch, or Gentoo is like extreme Arch. And of course there's like Linux from scratch, but really those are the main ones at its core, and there's pretty distinct differences between each one, so that should make it relatively easy to decide which distribution to go with. But if I run neofetch right here, see it's Linux 10 and then Buster. The Buster tells us it's Debian Buster, basically. So yeah, let's see what kind of steps we get right here. Yeah, these steps are pretty much the same as these ones right here. So the first thing we do is install Git. So in a terminal, which I can make bigger pretty easily. Just say sudo apt install git if you haven't done that already. And we're gonna clone Mycroft. I'm taking it from this guide, but I think these look like pretty much exactly the same steps. I don't think you should have to do this step, most likely. Since they're basically the same steps, it doesn't really matter where I follow the instructions from at this point. So I'm gonna run this, which I am able to copy and paste. By the way, when I couldn't copy and paste before, one other thing I probably could have done was probably could have also used SSH with SCP to transfer the files that way. I think the scripts mainly failed to run because it had characters in there that somehow got in there through pasting. That could have been Vim's fault for all I know. Although I did do a text file, didn't I? So probably not. You may not have even run into those issues to begin with. There's that possibility too. So it's basically downloading the Mycroft related stuff. And it's going to create a folder called Mycroft Core as shown right here. Sorry, I can't zoom in on here the way I can with my main PC. That's because I use a utility called Glass Brick on here, for example. Sorry about that. It's glitching out here. Because on here I use a utility called Glass Brick, which allows me to zoom in on here. I don't have that on the Raspberry Pi or anything like that, so sorry I can't do it on here. But oh well. I'm gonna let this run and then I'll be right back. Right, so I've finished downloading now, so I think the installation process might take a little while, so why don't we get that started. So if we do a listing, then we can see a Mycroft core right here now. So we just type cd, then that. We go into the folder we just downloaded. Everything in there is basically all the stuff that was on that GitHub repo. Those are files, of course. If you didn't really understand that concept earlier, I'll prove it to you. Those are the files we just downloaded. I opened up my file manager on the Raspberry Pi in that directory that we're in with the terminal. Those are the files. So now, the dev setup should have, if it's green, that means it's got proper execution privileges. That's what this X means right here. So we'll run it as our user. So now it's just a matter of running the script. And of course, before you run really any script, you really should look at a script before you run it. But I trust Mycroft. I really don't think that, since this looks proper, I think it's probably fine. So I probably wouldn't worry about that. So we can just run the script by saying /dev setup. And we can press tab to autofill too. So now, oh nice, it gives us the option so we don't have to run that git checkout. I bet you used to have to run that back in the day, but now that they incorporated it right into the script, we don't have to worry about that anymore. So technically this is slightly out of date. This is no longer required since it's part of the script itself. That's cool. So I'm not going to be doing any development on Mycroft itself. I'm going to be making Mycroft skills probably, but not the actual Mycroft platform. So I'm going to run it on the stable master branch. So I'm going to type Y and update regularly. Master branch doesn't always update, or it's not as frequent as like the dev branch. So I think I'll still update it. Sure. It's up to you whether you want it to auto update. Building a local mimic. So this might allow you to talk to it even without network connectivity. It'll take up a bunch of space for that. Do we want to do that? There are other things I want to do that we could do while we're waiting for this, so I'm going to say yes. Helper commands. I like how it asks these questions up front and then it knows what to do from there. That's what a well-written script will do. Rather than asking questions as it runs into what it needs, ask them all up front and then it's got all the answers. You can leave it for an hour or two and it knows everything it needs to from you. I would say yes for this one because helper commands are basically stored in the bin folder. I'm not really going to get into what that means, but typically you would only have to, you'd have to reference bin directly to run the commands, which can be a little bit tedious, but if you add it to the path variable, then you can run it wherever you want rather than one specific location. I was showing you the directory stuff earlier and I opened up the file browser, you know. Remember when you run a program, you have to be in that same directory, but if it's in the path variable, you can run it from anywhere. If you didn't understand that, it's not really that important. I would say yes, especially if you didn't understand what I'm saying, and there's pretty much no reason not to do this. So that's the path. It might be a little bit relevant. I might take a screenshot of that just so I remember the path in case I need it later. I've just taken a screenshot of that path in case we need it later on. I want to make sure that my system loads a folder real quickly to make sure that the video hasn't frozen up like in past videos. Snappy and responsive, so we're good. So yeah, in case you're not aware, the last video has like an hour or two worth of footage that's effectively useless because the video froze up. It looked fine right in OBS, so I had no idea, but the final product was all screwed up. All you had was audio for like an hour or two straight. I had no idea. So my favorite part of that video is essentially ruined. But I always like to make sure that that's not going to happen again. Because I have no way of telling. For all I know, it could be happening right now. You in the future obviously know whether it is, but I don't. So that's why I like to do certain tests to make sure that it isn't happening. If I can load a folder quickly on my computer and it's not taking like 30 seconds to load, it's probably working fine. But if it takes 30 seconds to load, then the video is probably getting messed up right now. It's a nice little test I could do to see how responsive everything is. But it looks good. So whenever I talk about a test to make sure that the video is good, that's what I mean. Anyway, let's do this. Do you want to check code style when submitting code? I would think so. It just makes sure that whatever code you write is valid. I would think you'd probably want that. So I'll say yes. And then of course it says if unsure, answer yes. The interactive portion is complete, so now. So whenever there's packages that conflict with each other, only one of them can exist at a time. So this is going to wipe out a certain package. I do have this Raspberry Pi backed up, so I don't care if it screws anything up, but it likely shouldn't. It's possible that the conflicting package is just a newer version of this one. In fact, if you watch Linus Tech Tips, when he tried installing Steam, it literally removed his whole desktop environment. And that's a glitch with the package manager. It's not necessarily because of a conflicting package, but it is because well, actually it kind of is conflicting packages. He didn't update his repository, so as far as it was concerned, there was conflicting packages and it just removed them. So that's kind of what happened there. That's why installing Steam removed the desktop environment. More or less something like this, but not exactly the same. Anyway, I don't think it'll cause any problems. We'll find out. So it's installing some dependencies right here, so you can just hit enter. And I think it should run just fine on its own. I think it's going to be building stuff from source code, possibly. Not really sure. Some stuff might be written in Python, in which case it probably will. We'll find out. So, yeah, why don't we have... I want to make sure that this is working before going on to the next thing, at least for the next minute, maybe. So in the meantime, I'm going to talk about something I was going to talk about regarding my Steam controller while we were in Linux before, and I was using it. So one of my video ideas that I plan on doing in the future, since you can do virtually anything on this Steam controller right here, I think I'm going to do a challenge and see if I can edit an entire video using only this and not a keyboard and mouse. No keyboard and mouse allowed. I'm stuck with this entirely. I think it should actually be quite doable if you properly map keyboard shortcuts. And I probably will allow myself to use auto hotkey to assist in the process, which will help me with some of the button mappings. So I'm obviously gonna have a button for like putting the video in full screen, playing, rewinding, double speed, which is just hitting the play button multiple times really, and making a cut. I'll probably have that be like this button or something like that. I will probably be using a macro like ripple trim clip at playhead is what it's called. What it does is it creates cut points, and then there's a clip in between two cut points typically, and you would normally delete that and then bring the clips together. But if you ripple trim, then you don't have to do all those steps necessarily. You could ripple trim directly at where the video editing playhead is. So I might have a button to do that, most likely. Sadly, I'm unaware of how you would do that on the Mac with DaVinci Resolve, but Windows with AutoHotkey makes that fairly easy. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can edit an entire video using this thing only, nothing else. If I had to Google anything, I had to manually type with this using the on-screen keyboard. I didn't really showcase that, but I could, because I'm still in my Debian system technically. So this is good. We're not really losing productivity right now. So I'm going to switch back to my Debian system, which fell asleep again, of course. I gotta make it so it doesn't fall asleep. I've been sort of meaning to do that. So I don't think I have Steam running right now. So I'm gonna launch Steam right here in my Debian system. It doesn't auto log in. I'm gonna type in the password real quick. there's no reason I wouldn't want to remember the password. So I need Steam running to use a controller, and this is the receiver for it. So I'm gonna plug that in. And unplug my actual receiver, plug in that instead. So now if I turn this on, control the mouse with this once again. So if I wanted to type, for example, none of my shortcuts are mapped right now, but if I want to use the keyboard, that's something I was going to show last night and forgot. I press this button, that's what I have it mapped as. And then it should show the keyboard, which it's not. That's interesting. Did Steam just crash or what happened? Can I go in big picture mode? Not sure what just happened here. Anytime you have a program that randomly closes like this, you could do pkill, then the name in the terminal, which is Steam for me. Sometimes I run it a few times. I forget how to list the process. I know if you do PSAUX, I think that lists pretty much everything. And if I pipe it to grep and search like Steam, then I can... I don't even think this is the right way to look at it. HTOP would maybe show whether Steam is running. This is the task manager in Linux, basically. One that you could use anyway. HTOP is a little bit more sophisticated than just top, but I have no idea if it's even on there, so I'm gonna run Steam again real quick. What happened here? Well, if I log out, this is what my login manager looks like that you didn't see last night. If I had that Star Trek operating system set up, then I gotta switch the receiver again. Sorry, bear with me. We're compiling stuff on the other project, so we're not technically losing time, although I could be more productive. This is where you would select the all cars. You could use this instead of WhiteDM if you want. This is SDDM. You could even use GDM or whatever else is available. So that's how I log in. So as you can see right now, it's on workspace 9. You can tell up here. It's opening up Barrier right now. And then it automatically presses the connect button with STO tool. So now Barrier connected my device again. So I'm going to relaunch Steam, which I accidentally did on my main PC, colored Barrier, and the same keyboard. Where's Barrier now? What is with everything disappearing? Seems like everything's disappearing here. Not sure why. Oh, maybe because I closed it out. I have to leave it open. That's why I put it in. Oh, I wasn't even in workspace 9. I want to move back to workspace 9. I'm not going to close that out. So now if I connect my controller. Everything should work. So if I go to here, open up a terminal. If I press the keyboard button now, still not pulling it up. Steam's gone. Well, that's interesting. I'm gonna look at the BSPWM config. Oops. the stuff with Steam, that's commented out. Of course, it's line 69. Line 69 is good. I just had to double check that. Sorry, I can't show the keyboard because I don't even know what's going on here. I think it's glitching out right now. Some turkeys out there. Dog seems to be wanting to chase it. Huh. Anyway, let's take a look at the Raspberry Pi ones and see how that's doing. So it's still setting everything up like you'd expect. So since that doesn't work, let's move on to the next thing. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up RetroPie on my other Raspberry Pi. I've been meaning to do that for a while. I haven't got around to it yet, so I figured I'll do it in this video. That's probably the best thing that's going to motivate me to do it. So I'm going to set up RetroPie, which is how you can basically run retro games on the Raspberry Pi. Now when it comes to like copyrighted, legally running games, that's not something I'm an expert in, so don't ask me for advice on that stuff. I would recommend doing your own research. Typical rule is if it comes directly from the developer themselves, if they publish a ROM to run the game, then it should be fine. If you own the game, that's kind of a gray area. There's not, all the laws are pretty abstract when it comes to that sort of thing. So whether you're willing to take your own risk with downloading games that you already own or backing them up directly, that's really up to you. I'm not going to go over that stuff because I'm not qualified to go over that. It's such a gray area. So I'm going to set up RetroPie at least, but when it comes to getting games, that I'm not going over because it's such a weird abstract thing. But I've done my own research and I'm going with stuff based on that. So anyway, let's see if we can set up the Raspberry RetroPie on the other one. So I do also have my other Raspberry Pi connected to the capture card. That's it right there. Looks like we're connected via Wi-Fi right now. So to get RetroPie, that's something that we do on the main computer. So it could be like download RetroPie. It works on a Pi 3 or newer, I believe. The other Pi is a Pi 3. The one that we're doing stuff on is a Pi 4. So you download the one that right here that corresponds with that at this URL up here. And then you can verify the checksum to make sure you got the right thing if you want to. Of course, they would release this on Pi Day. Makes a lot of sense, right? The Raspberry Pi related stuff on Pi Day. Anyway, let's I've downloaded this, so I will show how to install that at least. But it is specifically designed for the Pi, so here's the game that I'm going to try on it, and this is RetroPie itself. So I think what you want to do is open up the zip file, which you should be able to do in Windows. You might not even have to. And then extract it to here. And to load the image, I'm going to use Raspberry Pi Imager since it is specifically designed for this. So I would search Raspberry Pi Imager if you want to download that. Oops. No, this is where you download it. Download it for your corresponding platform. And I've already done that, so I'm just gonna launch it. I think it's in my 64-bit applications. You basically just launch Raspberry Pi Imager. That's really all I'm doing. I thought it was under Imager or something. Maybe it is 32-bit applications. Like I was just thinking of Win32K Disk Imager. I keep confusing those two programs. I'm gonna use everything search to find out where it is. It's another one of my AutoHotkey text expansion shortcuts. What I like is that it can index stuff in a matter of seconds and display everything so you can get instant search results basically. So I'm just checking the progress of that, so that's still working. So now I'm gonna search image. Oh, yep. I'm gonna search Imager. Oh, I have it stored on my C drive, so I would have had to go to my 32-bit application on the C drive. So it's located under the Raspberry Pi Imager right here. So this is what I'm looking for right here. And I just hit yes for user account control if I even have the proper permissions to do that. Sun's just hidden, but it's not all that dark, so I'm not going to worry about lighting. So once the image is extracted, first thing you want to do is actually insert your SD card. Mine is this one right here. I think it should be like at least 8 gigs or more. So I'm gonna insert that into the computer. You could use a USB adapter or an actual slot or SD card adapter, however you can get that connected. So I'm gonna relaunch Raspberry Pi Imager to make sure it refreshes. So for the operating system, use a custom. Let's see if it works with the zip file directly. Because if it does, you could just use that. Wrong desktop. I'm gonna go up one directory to the desktop where I actually have it stored. Let's see if it works with this image directly or if we do have to extract it. If it lets us use the image directly, then we don't have to extract it like I did. So whatever drive you choose, just make sure it's the correct one. Mine is in fact H:. So that's good. According to this, that's the actual drive. And it will erase everything on the drive, so be aware of that. I have this drive dedicated for this right now. And I just click right. So now it's locking the drive so we can't do anything with it. And it's writing the image rather quickly, seems like. Okay, so now it's downloading some other stuff onto GitHub. So there we go. Now we're waiting for this and that. I kind of wish I would have started this before showing that controller stuff. Well, I guess in the meantime, I could talk about the plan. So obviously, once we get this, we're gonna put it into the other Raspberry Pi, which we should probably do that right now. So I'm gonna close out the Raspberry Pi. I'm gonna shut it down, I should say. So I do have to reconnect the mouse to it. Okay. Connecting the USB receiver, keyboard, and mouse to the Raspberry Pi, which doesn't have very good signal, I guess, but whatever. So I'm gonna shut this down because I'm putting in a new SD card. All right. and then I power it off or unplug it, whatever suits me. So here's the actual Pi 3. The other Pi is still running right here. It looks like that's still doing its own thing, so we'll let that keep running. So the Pi 3 is right here. I'm gonna take out the SD card. This is the one that was in there before. The new one is currently being written to. Of course, it's what percent would it be on when I check it? Told you I'm cursed with that number. So yeah, it's making progress. So once it does that, we can put the card in here. And once that Mycroft thing is ready, we can do that too. So while we're waiting, I'll keep talking about the plan. So once you get RetroPie installed, I would also like to see if it happens to work with this Steam controller. And I think it should. So I did find an article that seems to work. This seems to work on RetroPie. I'm curious to see if it works with a Steam controller. So I'm going to try with that. Otherwise, you could probably use a keyboard and mouse. That'll probably work fine. Or an Xbox controller. I think it's compatible with PlayStation controllers too. I don't know. I guess just see what you have, or you can try. So yeah. Okay, now it's verifying the image, which is a pretty critical step because I can't tell you how many times I ran into errors because something was corrupt. That's why they have verification built in. There will be corruptions and things like that more often than you think. That's what it's doing, in case you didn't know. So yeah. So how are we doing on the other Pi? Looks like that's still working. So once we get that, I'm also going to set up Ansible, which is basically a utility that allows automation of certain tasks on computers. So if you want to like update servers in bulk, you can run one Ansible command once it's properly set up, and it'll update a whole bunch of different servers at once. And I'm thinking the reason I want to install Ansible is so I could use that Mycroft to essentially create commands to do stuff on other computers over SSH. So I remotely connect via terminal basically and execute a command. And Ansible will make it easy to connect to the computers with SSH, I think. So that should simplify running commands. So if I wanted to like shut down this computer, for example, I could just like run the Mycroft command, tell it to shut down my computer, then it shuts down. What it really does behind the scenes is it makes an SSH connection and runs the shutdown command. That's the sort of thing I would like to be able to do with this voice engine. I'm going to probably install some sort of library to interact with the Philips Hue, and then also basically run commands on different computers. So Mycroft and Ansible should work nicely for that. I don't think you need Ansible, but it makes it so easy to run SSH-based commands. A couple of years ago when I automated something via SSH, I wish I knew about Ansible at the time because it would have simplified the tasks so much. Because how do you write a script to essentially make an SSH command or connection and execute commands from there? You have to detach your terminal on the main computer and all sorts of stuff like that, but Ansible will simplify all that. And it can do multiple computers at once with a single command, or a single computer, which is probably what I'm going to do. I might program it to work with multiple computers, like shut down all my computers, that sort of thing. And you can program commands pretty much however you want, as far as I'm aware. So we'll be setting up Ansible for that reason. So let's see how we're doing. Ooh, what's this? Warning, clone succeeded. But checkout failed. I don't know if that's too big of a deal. No idea what just happened here. I probably should have run the git checkout command that was on here. I thought it would have defaulted to master by default, but if there are multiple branches, it might not. So git status will probably tell us if we're missing anything. Not even sure if that's gonna work. Not sure what happened here. I'm just gonna say git checkout master. I'm gonna run the script one more time maybe and just see what happens. Not sure if this is gonna help at all. Oh. I think we're actually out of room on this Pi. Let's find out. Oh wait, let's do this. Yeah, look at that. We maxed out our memory usage. That's what's causing this to error out. Let's cancel that. We gotta free up some space. I didn't really consider that. But I think the thing that's using up most of the space is most likely my ISO files. I wish I could have this sort by used capacity. So Mycroft has a fair bit of usage, as we can see here. Well, if I were to run that command and pipe it over to less, then I'd be able to scroll through it all. Press page up and page down to have good navigation. But I think most of the space is taken up by my ISOs file. I think that's where a majority of disk usage actually is. I wish it reported the size inside the folders directly. I want to see what's in my documents. Just a bunch of scripts. And downloads. Nothing. I don't think there's anything in pictures. Yeah, I think everything is in. I think those ROM files are probably fine. But I just removed them just in case. Let's go into that ISO folder. Let's see what's taking up most of the space. Windows 10 is one we can easily get rid of. Windows 7 Pro. NVIDIA 10. So I'll remove Windows 10 and then Windows 7. And that. Okay. So that should free up some space on the drive. So there's 11 gigs used in there still, but gparted will give us a nice graphical representation. So it looks like we got 10 gigs free. That'll probably help. Let's try this again. I think we'll probably have better luck now. So you probably wouldn't have ran into this issue if you weren't low on disk space. But you know me, I'm always running into issues. So I'll just let this keep running and hopefully we won't run into any problems. But in the meantime, why don't we do this. Can now remove the SD card. I'm gonna check if I don't have to safely eject anything. Come on. Alright. So I'm gonna put this in here. Put the memory card inside. Plug in the display to the capture card. And then power. And then we should see what's happening here. Okay, so this kind of looks like it's based on Raspbian potentially. We are missing some of the screen, it looks like, but I think there's a fairly easy setting we can change to fix that. So this is RetroPie now. We can play retro games and things like that. I think I'm gonna connect my controller now too, just so we have that and it's being read. And now the controller is connected too. While we're waiting for this, how are we doing on the other Pi? So far, so good. Yeah, I think the error was probably just that the space, the amount of space I had was too little. There's still stuff that's happening, it looks like. But now it looks like we're about to go into the interface too. This is what typically happens before we access a terminal, but I bet it's running startup commands to pull up the interface we want to see. This is probably based on Raspberry Pi OS as well. Just like the Mycroft stuff is. Oh, I just saw something come up. That's still working. That's good. Okay. No gamepads detected. Let's just see if it detects this right out of the box. Hold a button on your device to configure it. Oh, look at that. Nice. Whoops. Okay, that's wrong. How do I reset this configuration? No mouse or anything. I'm gonna have to reboot because I didn't realize it was actually registering key presses. So I'm rebooting the Pi. Technically I'm not rebooting it, I'm unplugging and plugging it back in. But same idea. Okay. So now it should continue starting up again. See how the other Pis do. Uh-oh. How's our disk space? Still doing pretty good. Okay, now let's see if we can configure this correctly. So D-pad up. I had to decide if I want that to be my joystick or the pad with the arrows that you see right here. I gotta decide which one I want. I'll probably do the joystick. Down, left, right. Start. I'll do the corresponding start button. Select. I'll do the corresponding buttons for this. Although that's interesting because A and B might be flipped around here. It says east, so I'll just press B then. South, north, west, left shoulder, left trigger, right trigger, left thumb. I think that's probably this one. Right thumb. Oh crap, now what? Left analog down. Already taken. Oh, I think it's because it. I'm gonna check the other Raspberry Pi, and while I'm waiting, I'll just reboot this again. I think I might have to do this again, too. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, you know what? I bet it's not even going to be quite that simple. Because I don't know if anything really changed. So those files. Where is it stored? I want to reinstall this once, otherwise the worst thing that'll happen is I'm gonna have to re-image this Pi with that memory card thing. So I'm gonna have to redo this. As far as our space goes, went down a little bit at least. Now let's see if we can map things a little bit more properly. So I think what's going on is there's not two joysticks like there is on a typical controller. So I think I'll do the analog here. Up, down, left, right, start, select, east, south, north, west, left shoulder, left trigger, right trigger. I'm gonna hold the button to skip it. I'm gonna skip those ones. Oh crap. Now the analog. Probably not that one. Probably just skip it. Skip. Skip. You hold it to skip. Then I think they say you press select for this one. Then how do I just hit the start button to... I'm starting to think that I did this right. Let's do this again, maybe. Man, I wish I would have flipped around A and B because the way I'm used to it is kind of the opposite. I'm used to A being on the bottom, and now this is confusing me. I wish I had a way to configure the controller again. That's the screensaver, I guess. So audio, I'm not even gonna worry about that, but I think you could set it to like 3.5mm jack. Oh, I'm hearing some sounds from this. Sound is properly configured. I heard those clicks, but I muted it for you guys right now. Let's check out the other Pi. We're gonna run Git checkout master. Okay, now we'll see what this does. Oh, good. Seems like this is a slightly good sign. So I just hit Y. You don't even have to do a capital. Y for auto updates. I'll maybe do this, although it might take up a lot of space. I want to do the path. Yep. Check code. Make sure the syntax is good, I would assume. So now this, it might actually fail on some of this. Yeah. We might fail right here. It looks a little different, but not too much. I do remember doing that before. We'll just hope for the best here, otherwise we might have to re-image. Otherwise, see system options. I think this is what we need a keyboard and mouse for. Yeah, now I'm using the keyboard. So we can connect to Wi-Fi right here. You can hit escape to go to different screens. Okay, so then now I'm using the controller. Not even sure what I just selected here. I don't even know the proper way to use this, so actually should I just quit this? Gotta hear the clicking that comes from this. There you go. I think I'm gonna put the SD card on my computer to see how this looks. Actually, first, let's get rid of that screen crop that you're seeing right here. I think it's relatively easy to configure that, so I just hit select. Go to RetroPie config. This might take some getting used to. So under display options, I think, using the keyboard. Under scan. Disable. So now, go to finish, I think, and reboot. While we're waiting for it to reboot, we'll check out the other Pi. Yep, that looked good right there. Okay, so that's good. There we go, now we got the full screen. I think we can put our games directly on the SD card, if I'm not mistaken. Otherwise, I think we use a USB stick and enable the service for it. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure on that. Okay. So I just had to turn it on for it to detect. I just pressed the button and it's like, I know who you are. Okay. I should have probably pressed that shutdown button. So if you interesting. If you hit F4, this happens. So this looks like a typical Debian, probably. That's a different type of neofetch, I think. So what kind of structure do we have? So the roots. So it's structured just like a typical Linux system. I wonder where we would store, oops. I wonder where we would store the games and whatnot. Try to go to the home directory. Also ROMs. So I think we can put our corresponding thing in there. The ROM that I have is an NES for the Nintendo Entertainment System, so that's where I would be putting it. I don't think we have network connectivity right now. I don't have Ethernet hooked up. I got that hooked up to the other Pi right now. So I might want to configure Wi-Fi then. So if I exit, then we're back in here. I think I'm going to configure Wi-Fi, and since it's a Linux file system, I don't think we're going to be able to use it on Windows. That might be what the USB drive is for. But I'm going to try to use SSH to transfer the files. See if I can do that. I'll show you how that works. So Raspberry config, I think, is how you do Wi-Fi too. System options, and see if there's any Wi-Fi. That might have been somewhere else. Wrong keyboard. Wireless LAN. If I hit U, it brings me to the U. And then so select the country. What, I have to enter this manually? Alright, I'm gonna do that. Look at me for a second while I'm doing that. Okay, let's see if this works. It just brought me right back to the menu. It looks like it brought me directly back to the menu. So I don't know if Wi-Fi actually worked or not, but let's say finish, and I guess reboot. So I'm gonna try to see if I can transfer all the games and stuff via SSH. That's actually good news that it's still working. The good news is all the GitHub stuff might have happened right in this directory rather than elsewhere. So that's a pretty good sign. I want to see how responsive folder loading is, just to make sure. It doesn't look like we're having any problems with the video. I didn't check the video, but since everything loads quickly, I assume it's good. So I'm gonna let this run, hopefully without getting issues. Once I turn on the controller, it should work. I'm just gonna press a button. It recognizes everything. So now I'm gonna press F4 to get to that terminal again. Let's see if we have an IP address now. Perfect. WLAN 0's got 192.168.0.41. So in theory, we should be able to transfer files to it now. Let's see if we can add that Pac-Man. Otherwise you could do USB, but the way I'm doing it is not that way. So back on my main system, I'm gonna launch WinSCP. We might actually not be able to connect to it. So it's a .41. So here's WinSCP. It might not have SSH by default, but I'm sure we can configure it if it doesn't. Oh, what's the username and password now? What's the default login? And of course it assumes that I'm using SSH. Oh, it's Raspberry Pi OS, so it's those defaults. That's what it is on a typical Raspberry Pi, not just here. I'll zoom in for you guys here. Oops. Not sure what I was trying to type there. Connection to... Yeah, that's right. I think OpenSSH might have to get installed in order for that to work. Let's see if it is. So I'm gonna say sudo apt update because it is Debian based. So that's why apt works. This looks like a good sign. I think we were airing out at this point before. Let's hope we were. It could still be bad news. Okay, so now... I'm not going to upgrade anything for now. I don't think it'll be necessary. So, install OpenSSH test server, I want to say. I've never manually done this before. So I'll just OpenSSH. Maybe if I look at a guide or something. So I'm using WinFCP so we can transfer files. SSH is disabled by default. That would be why the connection refuses. So from the RetroPie, so it's a pretty simple setting to configure, I think. So let's do that. While we're waiting, I'm gonna check it again. I could just have a VNC connection open, but in case I need to reboot the Pi or anything, I prefer to do it the capture card way. So I'm gonna go into this menu, RasPi config. Then I will need a keyboard and mouse here. I don't remember what the setting was called right now. interface options, and then SSH. Oh yeah, it's just like how you do it on a regular Raspberry Pi, of course. So interface options, SSH. Not a big deal. This isn't facing the internet or anything. And I really don't care. It's just a retro station, even for here. If anybody hacks into it, I would. But not a problem. I say that because I've already done it right here. So let's go back. Yeah, it bothers me that I have to hit this button for back rather than this one. Okay, now we should. I'm gonna check it one more time. Probably not one more time. Let's check the use space, by the way. Guess what percent it's at. If you don't know which thing I'm looking at, look at the call abuse percent. It's that cursed number I was talking about earlier. That's the one that I'm interested in. Alright. I'm gonna switch this to here. Although I probably shouldn't have, because I want to check it. Sorry if my mic was rubbing at all right there. It's kind of hard to access certain things. What am I doing? Now we're gonna connect via SSH again. It's technically using SSH even with this. This should work. There we go. We couldn't get this far before. And we don't really care about this. Oh, I have to hit update because I've used this IP address before. I'm gonna hit update. Aha. So now these are all the files. So RetroPie, ROMs, look familiar? NES. So I think what I do is, here's that Pac-Man. Just drag it right into there. So just like that, we now have the file on there. I could have probably done this when downloading those Debian files. When I had trouble running that script to download the Debian files for the LCARs. Probably could have done this too. I didn't think of it though. So if I'm getting hung up on something and it's just flat out ridiculous, then maybe I just think of another solution rather than continuing this ridiculous one. So now the file is on there. Why don't we see how it works? I should have not switched this, because then I could check. I assume this is working. I think it's compiling things right now. Let's see if the space has gone up at all. It's not obvious, but I'm guessing it did. Down to the byte level, it probably did. So now, should we see if it shows up? Well, I didn't mean to launch this menu, but as long as I did. Yeah, I'm bothered by the key mapping of A and B. Okay, so that's our file structure. So if I go to RetroPie, ROMs, NES, which is where I meant to drag it into anyway. There we go. I think we could just do the zip file directly. So I'm gonna press. Oh, look at that. On the bottom, we got a terminal. Looks like. I'm gonna try to hit 10. Oh, what? I was trying to hit the 10 on the menu in the bottom. Try to hit escape. I know how to quit Vim, but I don't know how to quit this. Typically, Vim is harder to quit for most people, but for me, this is harder. At least right now. See how there's like number next to everything, and then next to my name, there's quits. That's why I feel like punching in 10 would be the right thing, but it's not. When I type in exit here, that'll certainly do it. So now, how do I get to my games menu? If I hit start, that brings up this. If I hit A, then I get this. How do I get to the games menu, I guess is what I'm trying to do right now. Nothing's hidden behind me. So A is not it, I don't think. This is settings related. None of these are what I'm looking for. Whoops, didn't mean to select that. I meant to go. The A and B mapping is confusing me right now. Exit. Boy, I'm lost here. Select just brings you to the screensaver. Man, how do I get to the games menu? I'm about to Google that. Oh, that kind of looks like better news, doesn't it? I think that's better news. I'm gonna assume this worked. This has to have worked. I press enter on here because I did the wrong keyboard at one point. Okay. This is not relevant because it has to do with the image. And this pi shrink will make it so that it doesn't take up the size of the SD card. Pi shrink is useful for that. So now I think if I started, it'll run. Let's see what happens here. Ready? Oh, this is for what services to start. Do I start all the services? Do I restart all the services? Do I start the command line? interface version, right? So let's test the audio once. So as far as the microphone goes, I'm going to use my old webcam, which is a Logitech C270. This is what I'm going to use. So I'm going to plug this in and then we'll run an audio test. I think that would probably be wise. We're actually using the Pi that's further away. So I'm plugging this in. Hopefully the distance doesn't ruin the ability to speak into it. So what I'm gonna do is let's run the audio test once. So start Mycroft audio test. Okay, let's see if this works. Hello, I am making some noise. Does this work? I hope you register my microphone. I don't know what to say. This is just a test. Testing 1, 2, 3. It ain't matter what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You with me there? Let's hope that this works. I guess we might hear it if it works. We might not if it doesn't. I don't know if it's gonna stop recording or if I have to stop the recording. I don't know if the volume's even gonna work. I guess we'll find out. This is no audio's going through. That might just be my capture setup right now. That's very possible. I don't think we're getting sound in general. I might have to set it to the HDMI. What can I test it with? I'm gonna see if I can play a YouTube video and we can hear it. Because we should be able to hear it if it's working properly. Okay. I'm gonna turn down the audio on your end just in case it's really loud being at 100. I'll just click some video and we'll see if we get audio. Sorry, I got tricked by barrier just now. Okay, so the audio is not working. I think it's pretty obvious that it's not working for us right now. So that's where the issue is. Do I have options over... So it's actually going through the headphone jack. I'm going through the capture card HDMI. Let's see if it works now. Maybe I'll turn this down. That's good news. I think it's working. But it's hard for me to hear it. It sounds like it's working. Hearing some music rather than whatever this is. Is that from this video? Is that weird sound from this video? Oh, you know what's happening? I think I know what's happening here. It sounds weird. I can't even hear the people on here, but Well, I changed the output. Let's see if this works. That's beside the point. That might be a whole different thing that's erroring out. Let's rerun this. If I don't hit the wrong keyboard first. Testing the audio, seeing if it picks it up. Are you picking it up right now? I don't know. Wouldn't that be exciting if the C270 works? I think I saw a list that said it was a confirmed mic. Yeah. Oh, you want me to talk some more? Well, I'll talk some more. I don't know what to talk about. Are you dreaming if you're a lucid dreamer? I don't know. You have to find that out for yourself. Let's see if this works now. How long is it going to do this for? This seems like a long... I think it's that microphone that's glitching out. The microphone does this glitchiness even on pretty much any computer, which is odd. I think it's a weird thing with the webcam. It might be shot. Let's try Audacity once just to see what's going on here. Or is my audio output really as screwed up as it sounds? Hello, is this working? I don't know if it is. Hello, is this working? I don't know if it is. So that works fine. Didn't sound very clear, but it worked. I wish I could set the microphone for that. Audio inputs. Yeah, that would be it. I think that's what we want. I'm gonna assume that it works, even though it doesn't sound right or anything like that. So I'm gonna... What's next? Getting it all set up is... I'm gonna run all... So now if I want to set it up, do I just run that setup.py? Is that right? So Python setup.py. Not very verbose output. Wasn't that what I ran? What was that sound? Why don't we look at some instructions for how to set it up? I'm confused. Let's look at this getting started guide. You can run it on Android. You can also run it on Docker. That's cool. I think we have to create an account now. I will probably have to hide the pairing code. So I apologize about that. You know what? I'm gonna do this off camera just to be safe here. and then I'll resume when I get this all figured out. Right, so it is pretty much a straightforward process. When signing up with an account, it'll go through a bunch of different end user license agreements, that sort of thing. And opting in for basically submitting your voice data, and I mean, you should be able to answer those questions, I think. There's nothing really technical there. So, fairly straightforward. Then I think the next step is to add a device, which is our device. I might have to hide this. Okay, so measurement, I'll do Imperial. Probably 24-hour time format, I don't really care. That's what I use for the date. Country. If you start filling it in, then you can select it quicker. I'm from Minnesota. Feel kind of weird putting my city down on here. I'm gonna fill in the rest of this information, so I could say that I'm Central Chicago. That's basically Central Time. I'll start with this. I think I'll probably modify the wake word later on. I want to see if I can get away without putting the city. That is a little bit excessive. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to get the device to do a pairing code. So this I could close out. Wait, so did we already run dev setup? Is that the script? Yeah. So then what? I might be missing something as far as starting up the script. Not sure what I'm missing. I think it's CLI. I think that's what we want. Aha, that looks familiar. Okay, now for sorry about that abrupt cut. It started showing the pairing code when I least expected it to. I don't want to include that in the video, so I'm going to enter in that information as well as the other information on the page. And then I'll show you what's next from there. Right, so I just punched in some information and okay, I want to make sure that the terminal doesn't show the pairing code before I go to that. Sorry, one sec. Right, so I got the code to not show up, and I've been running into some errors right here. I decided to do like a skill test and it ran into this error here. Wake word test didn't really work because of this. Not even sure what's going on exactly. As far as this goes, I think I had to install mock with pip. This is a Python dependency that's missing, I believe. So to fix it, I think I could say pip install mock or something. I tried importing mock and then it didn't work. And this is referencing version 2. I just tried that. I didn't write the script, so I wish it wouldn't. I wish there were like simpler suggestions because I didn't write this script. So I'm not even sure. I might have to change this line in some script. What script is it even running here? Discover test.py. So vim test integration test skills discover test.py. I think it's something related to mock. That seems to be the only instance of it. Import PyTest OS. I'm not even sure what's erroring out here. I think we have to search like Mycroft. Missing mock. Where's the mycroft.conf located? I did try it, but it didn't seem to work. How do I run the script? Start mycroft.sh, restart all. Not sure if that'll help at all. I did try that CLI thing, and I don't think it'll do the code. Oh, this looks better. Should we see if it works now? I think it'll, oops. I think it'll tell us. This wasn't working properly before, but I think it is now. Let's actually wait for this to happen first. See what happens here. Looks like my controller's shut off. Had it on for a while. So this is installing stuff. That might be why it wasn't working before. This wasn't happening before, but I think it should have been. Since it's pink, I think it's related to skills according to this. I don't like the look of those errors, but only so much I can do. Skills update complete. Let's see if we could do a basic thing. Hey Mycroft, what is 3 plus 6? It just made a weird sound. I didn't even understand it, but it worked. Hey Mycroft, What is the weather today? Hey Mycroft, what is the weather today? Just... Oh, how dare you tell everybody where I'm from. You know what? We know where certain people are from. It's probably not the biggest deal in the world. But yeah, that works, technically speaking. It even recognizes my voice. Hey Mycroft, make me laugh. Hey Mycroft. Come on. Hey Mycroft. Tell me... What just happened here? Hey Mycroft. It aired out, I think. Let's see what happens when we restart the command line. That's odd, whatever's happening here. Hey Mycroft. I have to restart the service. Hello? It's barely even... Oh, kind of recognizes the mic. Hey Mycroft. I think I might have to restart the service already. Hopefully that's not something I have to normally put up with. Okay. As far as the firewall goes, I'm not super concerned about that. I wonder if it'll work. Hopefully this works now. Hey Mycroft. Tell me a joke. Guess it's a way to convey how you feel about something. Hey Mycroft. Tell me a joke. I think it aired out before. Hey Mycroft. Tell me a joke. Chuck Norris knows the value of null. And he can sort it. He can sort by it too. What? I'm embarrassed to admit, but I don't even get it. I mean, I know null is an empty value, but... Oh, yeah, because... Oh, I think I get it now. Normally, null is something that can't be sorted because it's nothing. But Chuck Norris can sort. I mean, that's like, what's a good analogy? Well, be sorting eating cupcakes by size, and all you have left is a wrap on it. You don't know what the original size is. This would probably be the equivalent of Chuck Norris still being able to sort it by size just by looking at the paper. This is basically the equivalent of that. It's a Chuck Norris joke where you can do that sort of thing. So it does work. It's just that the command that I used before caused some sort of error which caused it to fail before. I think it'll work now. Hey Mycroft, tell me a joke. That's a type of error, I think. I'm not 100% sure. So, yeah, this works now. Sorry, seems like I haven't been doing anything for a while, but not sure if it's still running or not. It might still be running, I'm not even sure. If it is now and it wasn't before, it errored out of whatever it was doing. Let's have it spell one of the longest words I know. Hey Mycroft, spell demonio ultra microscopic silico volcano coriosisa. Hey Mycroft. I think we have to restart it every time we do this. That's okay. I'll probably get this to run at startup eventually so that it just works. But for now, I'm fine running this command line utility and then restarting it. I think technically you wouldn't run this with a desktop environment. It just minimizes the overall footprint. Because right now, as you can see, we're using like a gig of RAM, and that could go way down if we weren't using a graphical environment. Or if we were using like a tiling window manager. So I just have to restart the service when I run it. It seems like all the skills are installed in there, right? Not even sure where the skills are located. Kind of tempted to see if I could get it to work with the Philips Hue, which I could do with the Stream Deck right now, but it's glitching out. Not sure why. If I turn it on right here, that works fine. The Philips Hue. Maybe the bridge is disconnected right now. That would be why. The Philips Hue bridge is not even connected. Now it is. It wasn't properly connected to the network switch. So I imagine this will connect eventually. Might take a little while. I'll try it later on maybe, but I would like to see if I could get this to work with the Philips Hue and all my devices basically. Let's see if we can create a basic skill that can restart this computer for now. see if we can ask Mycroft to restart this Raspberry Pi. So to do that, so installing new skills, we're gonna build it, but so to install a skill, this is what I will use. But as far as creating a new script, well, it's good to know that the audio does work. Didn't seem like it was going to, but so I think there's a nice way to set up a skill using some sort of Mycroft command. Yeah, Mycroft MSK create. I don't even know if I'll be able to run the command, but let's try it. I don't think I have this properly installed. Yeah, I don't think this is installed correctly. So I might have to do like the start Mycroft create. What are the installation instructions? Do I have to run this? Something's not working here. Something didn't install correctly. Does this show how I installed it? So do I have to say debug? So I'm gonna restart first and then see what debug does. I will have to worry about the firewall on a bigger network though. I'd probably use like UFW, but I think there's actually a more modern utility for that now, as far as the firewall goes. But if you're at home, you probably won't have to worry about that. Looks like it's downloading something. Why don't we continue with this? I forgot what you used to select. Let's try this one. So RetroPie load game. RetroPie, how to find, how to play games. Maybe this will help. So I got RetroPie installed. I got the basic configuration. Let's say I have games installed now. Press start, quit, restart emulation. Oops, I gotta start the controller up. So quit, restart emulation. Maybe it'll show up, we'll see. Oh, that looks good. Let's see if it works. That'd be exciting. I kind of have my doubts, but I have that feeling that I don't know what I'm doing. What? Press a button to configure. I'm gonna have to use this keyboard. Press it before the message automatically disappears. Default emulator. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. I don't think I'm supposed to do anything special, but how do I get out of here? I'm gonna have to do this off camera. So I got it all set up. I'm considering this done. So I apologize. Okay, now we gotta figure out what's going on with this. So I have do not share this with others. There's an obvious reason for that. Let's see if there's a configuration stored in there. So sudo vim etc Mycroft. Why is there not a configuration there? Something obviously did not work. Obviously, something didn't get installed correctly. It's possible I'm gonna have to figure this all out on my own. I don't think I'm gonna have much luck doing this on the video. Being in front of a camera and trying to get this all figured out, I'm just not gonna have luck. But maybe there's a way for me to run the skill command in a different way. There must be a script somewhere in Mycroft for. I didn't say anything. What's in scripts? Seeing if there's anything related to a skill. Can I list all SH files? Oops. About name. Precede expression. Like this? Or do they just have to if I just do SH, then what? What is going on here? Oh, maybe it's not name, it's like type or something. I want information on find, then I can go like this. I'm just gonna look it up. Find based on file type. I don't happen to know how to do that. Let me search, will you? Find command dash type. It kind of looked like something like this. It knew that I was talking about what is going on here? I'm not understanding the find command properly. Sorry, I have no idea how that works. There's no search built into PC Mana Film. That sucks. Well, it might be. Something's glitching out here. A dialogue. Where is that command located? Where's Mycroft MSK? Is there anything related to Mycroft in here? I thought it was installing stuff to bin. Well, where the heck is... How do I do stuff with skills? Wait, what's in this bin folder? Ah, here we go. So this is a local bin. So that's where we do it. So we can just run that. This Mycroft MSK. Why is it? Oh, I have to do a /. Mycroft MSK create. Here we go. I think we're finally. It uses Git. Git needs to know your name. I don't want to use Git for this in the first place. But nope, not doing that. A short, unique skill name. Reboot. Host Pi. Such a dumb name, right? But probably gonna want to take a screenshot of that. Reboot host Pi. Okay. I just took a screenshot now. It's a terrible name, but enter some. How many sample phrases do I need? What the skill should say to respond. I'll say like rebooting or something. A one-line description of the skill. So this makes it easy to create new skills, and those are some trigger phrases. Sorry, I haven't been narrating what I'm doing here, but hopefully it's fairly descriptive based on that. So I created the class name and then some phrases that'll be used to trigger this particular skill. And then it'll just say rebooting in response to it. I don't care because I'm not even going to have a speaker hooked up. I'm literally just going to use it for commands. Pretty much it. A one-line description for this skill. Roots the Mycroft server. A long description. Okay. Author, I'll just put my own name. Choose an icon. I'll just hit enter for the default. Color hex code. Maybe I'll do like a teal color. I don't care actually. The primary category, I'll just put configuration. I don't need to put that. I just put configuration for a category. Tags to make it easier. Not gonna worry about that. I'm not gonna add a license because I don't even plan on uploading it to begin with. This thing does not deserve my GitHub information. Does this skill depend on Python packages? I don't think so. Actually, yeah. Since we're executing a shell command, it will require OS, I think. I might want to screenshot this too, just so I have it. All right. I think since it is using OS, no. So opt Mycroft skills, reboot host pi skill. So let's go to that directory. Did that still work? Hey Mycroft, what is 9 times 6? I wonder if I can tell it weird things. Hey Mycroft, good job on you. Ah, it didn't get it. Should I keep it running? No. Okay. I just wonder if it's gonna be able to reference this particular skill. I just kind of want it. So opt. Wait, what? So opt Mycroft skills. Maybe it really is referencing that particular path. I hope it is. reboot host pi skill. So that's a directory, it looks like. So the init.py. Whoops, so vim manifest, I think this is where we specify so the dependencies uncomment the lines you need. Let's actually write a Python script that can execute a shell command first. I think that would probably be wise. I know this isn't really the place for it. Nah, I'll just do it in the home directory for now. Not really a place for a Python script, but I want to create something that works. So Python execute shell command. That's really what I want to do. Then I can do my SSH commands through Python and then have it trigger based on voice commands. So this is actually quite I forget how simple Python is sometimes. When I'm using Java, I'm like trying to do something that would take Python 15 lines of code. In Java, it's like 400. Java, to me, is kind of a pain. Sure, it's got a lot of capabilities, but Python is like so simple compared to Java for the vast majority of things, I'd say. Okay, so I'm just gonna create a new script called shell command.py and import os.system. Will it just reboot, or does it need like sudo privileges or something? Is that all I have to write? Can you imagine if this rebooted the Pi? That would be incredible. So Python shell command. If you want to do this in Java, yeah, good luck doing it with 2 lines of code. Okay, Python is so underrated for so many things. You see why the Star Trek operating system uses a bit of Python? That is crazy. It didn't even require sudo privileges. That's actually kind of scary though, because if you want to run, that sounds like an exploit to me. If you want to run a command that requires sudo, can you just create a Python script that runs the command you want? Because that could be a very serious exploit. I'm gonna have to try that out in the future and let you know if I happen to think of it. Oh, I gotta get barriers set up again. And I wish I didn't reboot it just now, but whatever. So I gotta move this to the other Pi. And launch barrier. So this is how I set up barrier on the Pi. I don't have it in the startup or anything like that. And I have to manually type in the IP address of my computer. Okay, If the cursor teleports, that tells me it's probably working. Yep, now I'm using my main keyboard and mouse for it. We're actually done with the Pi 3, so that's good. I'll hook it back up to my Nook then. Although I probably should keep it there because we'll be rebooting quite a few times. But man, that was so dead simple. It was unbelievable. Almost like it didn't even happen. Almost like this is a dream. Is it? I did tell myself that I went through a very thorough reality test and told myself I'd be doing this video, and I did not complete it yet. There's no conclusion yet, so I'm assuming I'm still awake doing the video. But if I'm wrong, I'm gonna have to reassess, obviously, but I think I'm really still doing this video. Okay, so OS is a dependency. Why am I grabbing this keyboard? Okay, so we're gonna go to opt, Mycroft, skills. So reboot host Pi. So hopefully they make it dead simple to create a skill. That'd be great. I know you can bundle words together recursively in a sense. I don't know how to do that. I'm probably not going to be doing that for a while. But, okay, let's go to the manifest file. I'm going to uncomment the dependencies. Python. Since I'm not using that, I'll delete that line. I'll change this to OS. Install the packages. I don't think we're gonna have to install special packages. I think that's all we have to do in that file. So it tells it we just need OS. So now that init.py is, I think, where the magic happens. Wow, that was a lot smaller than I thought. So all the intents and things like that it pretty much knows it already. So up here I'm gonna say import OS. And then in theory, it's gonna speak this dialogue, right? So in theory, all I have to do is then execute the reboot command right there. You imagine if that's all that was required? So os.system, was it? I forgot. But look at my other Python scripts. What's shell command? os.system. Reboots. Can't believe that's all that's required, I think. Is this literally the entire skill? It used to be difficult to create scripts like this, but I think they made it a lot simpler now. So now do I have to install the skill or anything? By rebooting it, I now lost all my tabs. But I really just have to go like this. Man, so even with Ansible, which is something I'm going to set up later on, I can make an SSH connection without increasing the complexity of the scripts. Ansible will make it easy to do an SSH-based command, which is how I execute commands on different computers. So I want to reboot this computer. I don't think I have SSH on Windows, but I think there's a way to get it. And I'd be able to use the equivalent shutdown command. that's where the complexity of the script would probably go up a little bit. So if I'm like using Windows, run this. If I'm using Linux, run that. So I imagine I might have to have some sort of way to detect which operating system, or also just have separate scripts for each one and trigger them accordingly. That would probably be the way to go. Alright. I love how you can just do that MSK create. That makes it so dead simple. So it'll speak the command, of course. I think if you add multiple outputs to that file, it'll pick a random one. So if you want it to speak in slightly different ways to make it more human-like, you could be like, rebooting now, or rebooting now. I don't know how to actually program that sort of thing, but that's the idea. You can make it say it in different random ways. So we ran this structure. We pretty much have that all figured out. I think what I showed is probably correct. Now it's a matter of importing the skill, I think. So that's our structure that we saw. I love how simple they made it, I think. Do I have to install the skill that I created? Or do you think that I'll be able to run it now? Can you imagine if it worked right now? I want to look at... I think this has the dialogue. Rebooting is a dialogue that it says. Reboot.intent. So those are the things that we should say. We can say any one of those things right there. Reboot my Pi. So if we start up the service, can we say reboot my Pi and it'll just work? Man, that would be nuts. Then we'll see if we can get the Nook to reboot. By the way, does the lights work now? Still doesn't. Is the bridge plugged in? Philips Hue bridge, which is required. Yeah, it's plugged in, right? I want to real quickly look at my Stream Deck settings and see if I can... Okay, so that's the screenshot I just took. I actually took the screenshot on my main computer rather than the Pi itself. It's just simplest right now. In case I need to reference information that I may have forgotten. I probably won't need it, but I took the screenshot just so I have it. And I opened it in the image editor with GreenShot so that I don't have to like permanently save it. It's a good use for quickly capturing temporary information. Right. What am I doing? Forgot what I'm doing now. I literally cannot remember what I was gonna do. Let's come back to here, then maybe I'll think of it. See if the schema is triggered. So I talked about the intent. Oh, Philips Hue. It relates to the Philips Hue in some way. Stream Deck. Okay. So what I want is related to the Philips Hue lights. No bridges are even registered right now, looks like. I'm gonna restart the Stream Deck service and then maybe it'll work. So if I come down to here, quit Stream Deck and do it again. Now I can't show my overlay until I switch it back, unless I go like that. Sorry, I feel like my videos doesn't feel like concise now. I apologize about that. I feel like I'm going off on these tangents. My thoughts are disorganized, and I apologize about that. It's recognizing it now. It's recognizing my bridge and all that, so that's great. Boom. Lights on. Probably can't really tell, but I'll fix that for you. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up my phone's camera real quick. You'll probably want to see it in full screen. By the way, that's a different cuckoo clock than the one you've probably seen in the past. I've been doing some repairs on that one, and I think I pretty much got it fixed. I'm not going to talk about that here, but kind of in depth. But that thing's had some pretty weird problems. I think I got them all fixed, I'm proud to say. So now when I press the power button, boom. I would like to be able to do voice commands with that too. So I want to make it some color, green, blue, works out pretty nicely. My normal color, shut it off. There we go. Sorry, I didn't show my webcam overlay, but I don't think that was really necessary. So there we go. I think the Philips Hue will work when we... There's a skill for that already. And a pretty easy utility that we could run to install it. So now let's go back onto the Pi. Okay. Can you imagine if it was that simple? If all we had to do was say one of those trigger words. I'm gonna keep that on there because I feel like I'm not gonna be able to think of it when I want it. My mind might blank out. Okay. Sorry about the... I can make it bigger. Can't control the mouse now. What? That's odd. Don't know why that happened. Well, it's fine because it works now. Okay, so Mycroft. And then we just run the CLI. He'll start Mycroft CLI. That would be nuts if it worked. I hope it works, because if so, then it's gonna be so easy to program it to do stuff. It's gonna be like dead simple. Skills setting downloaded has started. I imagine it's gonna update. I'm so glad they have a skill creation utility because it makes it so much easier. I would have had to learn so much more before this video if I were to do something like that. Okay, Should I see if it works? Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. We didn't start the services yet, did we? Oh. Failed to load. I wonder why. Hey Mycroft. Not detecting a mic. The services probably aren't even running. Probably wasn't even running. I just want to make sure that there's like a mic level and all those things. There's not. I do wonder why my skill failed to load. Mic level's not even there. Hey Mycroft. Not sure what's going on here. Does the microphone work at least? Doesn't look like it's even there. That would probably be why. Might have disconnected somehow. I don't think it's just gonna register. See if Audacity recognizes it now. Microphone's not working. It's showing right there. So I'm gonna reboot. I'll restart. Oops. Here we go. It took a very short amount of time before, which seemed kind of strange. In the meantime, create skill. Whoops. I actually didn't want to leave that, so create skill. Then I think you have to add like a stop or something. You will usually have this init. Is that supposed to be in there? We might not even. We're calling the init, I think. Oh, it's in the class. There's supposed to be an initialize. So this is outside the class. Now it's inside because it has self. This might be inside the class, maybe. Kind of weird that it wouldn't automate that part. I think we want it to be up here. The tabbing is sensitive, so you do have to pay attention to that. I'm not even sure if that's gonna work. Why don't we look at the hello world? I think there's a sample with hello world that we can see kind of how the script is supposed to be structured. Why was that not a good search term? I'm gonna see if Google does any better with this. Interesting, Google gave me better results than DuckDuckGo. So the init.py on here. Initialize. Like pretty much like that. Intent handler. So there's multiple intents, then you can actually create multiple intents, it looks like, in one. That's how I might differentiate the devices, maybe. That would work. Then I think this stop right here. I think I just created like right here, maybe. Pass. It knows what stop means. So then maybe that I might need to do something like that to make it work properly. So now I'm gonna restart, load it again, see if that improves the skill or the script at all. Frustrating that this isn't really working too well, but still failed. Wonder why it failed to load. Hopefully it's something simple, because then if I create skills from here on out, I can just apply. So it's indented so that it's in the class. I don't think it is for me. Yeah, according to this, it's not in the class. Oops, and just to make sure, I put that down a little bit. So everything after that class inconsistent use of tabs and spaces. So maybe we need to bring it up here. So there must be some weird... Oh, you know what it probably is? That is probably what the problem is, but... Okay, do I have some sort of text editor? Come on. Because maybe what I could do is... open up, like... Bonnie. And just check the indentation on there, because Vim could be rendering it weird. And I did have to enter spaces for some of those commands, right? So that could have been its own problem. Okay, so that is Thani. So I want to do Thani, then the script. Yeah, I think it's using a slightly different kind of character for something like that. Oh, that's gonna be problematic. So this probably works fine. Making sure it's all tabbed. Save. What? Uh-oh, hopefully we'll get ourselves caught in a reboot loop. The fact that it rebooted suggests that it might work. That is odd. That it would just randomly reboot like that. I apologize about how convoluted this video is feeling right now. I think it'd be wise for me to keep the receiver in there until I get this all sorted out. I don't want to spend too much more time on this. I want to move on to the next stuff. So hopefully then things will be a bit more concise. Okay, so barrier. Gotta launch that. Sucks that I had to manually put in the IP address each time. If it would just store it, that would be nice. Like it does in Windows. Alright. So now, the fly that I want to kill. I think I'm going to throw a towel at it. Because it's too high to reach. Let's see if we can get it. totally missed it. Gosh darn it, totally missed it. Now I have no idea. Oh, there it is. Let's try it again. See if we can get him now. Nailed it. Ooh. Still alive. Put him out of misery. There we go. I think we're good now. It looks like a giant ant that could fly. I just got it. Okay, now what am I doing? Suppose we'll try to run the stuff again and see what happens. Oops. So Mycroft. Start Mycroft all. Let's make sure that our audio device is properly registering first. There's probably an easier way to check, I'm sure. Fact is, it's not, so I think I have to unplug it and plug it in every time. That's just how it works. Oh my gosh. It runs it when it's not supposed to. Why would that be? Skill runs before being triggered. Is there any reason it would trigger before it's supposed to? What's in that JSON file? I'm tired of setting up barrier every time. I'm just gonna use the other keyboard and mouse. Why does it keep shrinking the window like that? Opt, Mycroft, skills. See if there's anything. What's in the README? It's got the examples of using it. That's cool. Oh, I see the mistake. That's got to get indented, and I won't use Vim to do it because I think it'll be wrong. We just have an indentation issue. What did I tell you about Python being sensitive to indentation? I'll just use Thani to edit it. That would be the reason why it keeps rebooting the way it does. The indentation was off. Alright, so then start all. And then CLI. It shouldn't reboot on its own now. Hopefully it doesn't error out on our skill. Wouldn't that be nice? I was thinking if I was controlling that enterprise thing, I could change my phrase name, which I'm not going to do now, over to holodeck or something. Then it's like I'm interacting with the holodeck. Okay, no errors now. That's good news. So really, we could just copy our current template for other skills. We might even prefer to do that rather than running that command line thing again. Okay, what's my sample phrase? Reboot my Pi. Hey Mycroft, reboot my Pi. Oh my god, it worked. It spelled pi wrong, I can see that, but it's still... we should probably make sure that it doesn't just do it with any command, right? The fact that we spelled pi wrong and it still worked is a little concerning to me. We should probably make sure we can do other commands without it rebooting. I'll put my window down a little. Alright. Can't believe that worked. At least I think it worked. We don't know that for certain. Because we should be able to do other commands without it rebooting. And the utility should run for a while. Okay. Oh yeah. And then we should probably re-plug in the mic because it seems like we always have to do that. We'll make sure that the mic level's good. Yeah. Might be, I don't know. Hello. Gosh darn it. It's not working. I'm gonna restart all. Because the microphone's now different. So now hopefully it registers. Are you registering? No, you're not, because you're so dumb. Still not registering, huh? I almost need to make it so that that script can't run unless the microphone's there. I'm sure there's a way to modify the script. So stop. Okay, let's unplug it, plug it back in. I'm sure there's a simple command to list audio devices, but I would rather use Audacity. Alright. There we go. The width changes, so I could tell based on that. So let's start all the services. And then the CLI interface. So we should be able to do other skills without it rebooting, right? If it does reboot, then something's not working. Okay. So it's still running this yet. We'll probably want to think about doing Ansible pretty soon. And then we'll program it, see if we can get my Intel NUC to reboot. We'll probably create another skill for that. It's still doing this for some reason. Doesn't look like it's ready. As far as the Philips Hue goes, I think there's a pretty simple way to do that. I think you literally just install the skill. So I think there's MSM install Hue. So it's official, which is cool. I think we're good now. Hey Mycroft, what's 9 times 9? Yeah. Oh, that's what Wolfram is used for, huh? Hey Mycroft. They could air it out, so we'll keep working. Hey Mycroft. Hello. Tell me a joke. Ajax, I'm not even sure what, I'm not even familiar with that, so. Must be some sort of JavaScript or front-end or back-end development related joke. Ajax must be like a JavaScript framework or something. I could be wrong. You're probably laughing at me if I'm wrong. That's good that it seems to work. What's something else I could use that probably won't error out? Hey Mycroft, what is my first name? Fair enough. It's giving me weird sounds. It doesn't even sound right. I have it muted for you guys, but it's giving me weird sounds right now. Okay. Moment of truth. Hey Mycroft, reboot the Pi. We did it right. We definitely did it right, because when I asked that mathematical question, I was thinking maybe that would cause it to restart, but it's pretty clear that it only happens when I'm doing my commands. By the way, if it recognizes a word wrong consistently, then maybe you would consider modifying your utterance or whatever you call it for the trigger to just match it accordingly if it has a hard time. If it's consistently wrong, then program it to recognize that consistently wrong word, and then it'll work. Just some random advice I came up with without even taking a shower. So that's awesome. See if we can get it paired up with the Philips Hue now. Although I don't want to spend too much time on this. Okay, we're actually getting somewhere now, which is great. So technically I could copy my skill if I want to do something else and then modify things pretty easily. Although, no, that's probably what I would do because I kind of have a template, if you will. So I'm going to go into the Mycroft core. And we look in there. I'm going to go to bin. Oh, looks like we got Mycroft start and stop right there too. So how do we install MSM install Hue? So we should be able to do it by saying Mycroft -MSM install Hue. Oh, we have to do a /. That should work. Assuming it's the right thing. Skill not found. We're gonna have to do the manual install. So under skills, oh, I see. So what we can do is install it and then copy it to that OPT folder. Doesn't matter where we actually do the git clone. I'm gonna set up barriers so I can copy and paste. I'm fine setting it up now. I just needed a break from all the annoyance of having to set it up over and over again. So now, if I hit tab twice in space, then I don't need the mouse to do that. So now we got barrier running. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is come over to here. I'm just gonna run this git clone, and then I'll create a directory which we can copy to where our other one is. I think that'll work fine. So to install the required libraries, that's interesting. So there must be we have to go into the directory and then pip install. I'm gonna do it in a slightly different way than the way they do it here, just because of how I have been set up right now. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm just going to do it right in here. This may not be the best place for it, but who cares? So I can copy and paste between machines with barrier. That's the other cool thing. At least with text. With files, not so much. So that Mycroft Hue, I'm gonna go into there first of all. Whoops. So that requirements.txt right there. Oh, that glitchiness, huh? Pip install -r requirements. I'll just copy and paste it since I have the tool for it. Why not? Okay, here we go. So now it's going to install the required libraries for it. This is actually a really nice way to do it. It would have been so much more difficult manually trying to track the packages and do it, but they made it in one easy step. That's not something it seems like you see too often with GitHub projects. I think that was it, right? And then, oh. There's a Mycroft.conf file. I kind of refuse to believe that. But oh, there is. I'll be darned. So cd.mycroft skills.json, that was a file, right? Let me verify. Mycroft.com. I might have to do it here. So the IP address, I'll just have that be, what is the IP address of my bridge? I'm gonna look on my phone. I have Hue Pro. So in order to do that, let me pull up the app real quick. Yeah, so in order to do that, I just have to go to Hue Pro right here. And then I go here, then I can see the IP address in the top, 192.168.0.14. So they make it really nice to see that. So there we go. Nice. So that's the IP right here. Username, that I'm not really sure about. I'm gonna see if there's anything related to that on the app. I don't think there is. I don't know of any username, I'll just say that. Ah, yeah, leave it blank. That's where we push the button on the bridge. Okay. If we're good with the other settings, then I think we can leave it. I think we can leave that alone. So that's the right IP address. So now, that skill that I was talking about, Mycroft Hue, I'm gonna move that over to opt Mycroft skills. So let's actually go into there, just make sure Mycroft Hue. I think that'll work. So now I just go into the Mycroft core, start Mycroft all. Great. I bet the speaker doesn't work. I mean the mic. Come on, Audacity, where are you? There you go. We're good. Alright. CLI. I won't be able to hear what it's saying, but it shows right here. Which is great. Hopefully it sees all the settings. And that I punched in the right IP address. I just saw the mic level. Works good. So yeah, after this, then I'm going to set up Ansible on the Raspberry Pi, which will allow us to do SSH-based commands pretty easily. We can specify a username and password and all those things pretty easily, I think. Ooh. Man, what did it just say? Oh. Oh, that's good to know. Alright. So I'm gonna stop everything. So where I put it is deprecate, so it's actually in a .config now. That's good to know. So I'm gonna see what's in .config Mycroft. Oh, we already have a mycroft.com. So we're gonna wanna, let's do some Vim magic and pull the text from it. I was going to so let's pull in the text. We're gonna pull in the entire file. So to do that, I'm gonna say .bang and then cat / .mycroft, then mycroft.com. There we go. So there's our text. I kind of have a feeling it should be in the brackets, but I don't know that for certain. Okay, so since I want to delete 2 spaces, I'm gonna do a macro for this. I'm gonna do a macro right here. Delete 2 spaces. Go to the next line. And then I'm gonna repeat that 4 more times. So that's actually, I could repeat it there too. There we go. So that's pretty useful. I want to turn on my lights, but let's get this hopefully programmed and then I'll do it. Alright. So hopefully that's all we needed to do. So start all the services. Then the command line. That erroring out kind of concerned me a little bit. Maybe I have to do it inside those brackets. Skills downloading has started. Maybe I won't have to do anything at all. We'll see. I'm so tempted to turn on my light right now, but at the same time, I don't want to do that. Oh, that shines on me. That doesn't help. Okay. We're not ready yet. Hey, Mycroft. What is 9 times 5? Hey, Mycroft. I should have removed that old file. That's not gonna fix anything though, is it? Sure, that's not gonna fix anything. That looks a little better, but I didn't like how it aired out before. Maybe that's normal. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this happen and then I'll be right back. Make sure that everything's responsive, which it is. Alright, I'll be right back when this is done. Right, so let's hope for good news now that I got it started. I think turn on my lights is one of the commands I can use. Let me verify. Turn on my lights, yep. Hey, Mycroft. Hey, Mycroft. Hey, Mycroft. They're not ready yet. Hey, Mycroft. That seems a little odd. We got mic level, as you can see. It might have aired out somewhere. Hey, Mycroft. What the heck is going on here? Hey, Mycroft. Not sure if this will make any difference. Hello? Are you still working? Hey, Mycroft. Hey, Mycroft. Gotta make sure there's nothing odd here. Wish it didn't take so long to initialize. Otherwise, the next thing we're doing is Ansible. Maybe I'll pull up a guide for that. I'm going to pull up a guide for Ansible Raspberry Pi. That's how we're going to do commands on multiple computers. I suppose you could even use it to manage multiple Raspberry Pis in the first place. I don't think this is what I want. Hey Mycroft, turn on my lights. That's one of the phrases you can do. Hey Ansible. How do I phrase this? I was gonna say, do I have a Mycroft Hue skill? Hey Mycroft, is the Mycroft Hue skill installed? Oh man. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. What skills do you have installed? Didn't even understand that. Does it do anything? Hey Mycroft. What's 9 times 4? Okay, so it's working to some extent. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. Pair my Philips Hue bridge. How the heck are we supposed to pair it? Sorry, the lack of light kind of bothers me. I'm gonna turn it on once. That did not work. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna figure this out on my own time. This is taking way too long. I'm sure that it's something fairly simple, but I assume that I'll try to remember to mention in a future video. Basically, if I figure out anything since I recorded this video, I will be sure to write it down so I can share it in the next one. And I'll present it in some way, whether it's some sort of recording or just showing the process. So that's what I'll do for this sort of thing. So now I'm gonna try to get Ansible set up real quick, because I have one more thing I want to do after that, or at least try to do. So let's get Ansible actually first. Now I have it pulled up on the Pi. If I had a more non-destructive command to run besides reboot, I would certainly do that one. I think you can do it directly from apt. The only thing is it's just not up to date. But if I'm able to do what I need to do, then it probably won't matter so much. Okay. I would rather do it with apt just because then everything goes where it needs to. I'm gonna try this first. Oh, here we go. So if we need a more recent version, then I can add this to the sources. Okay. I think maybe I'll add this latest version. So this command basically adds the repository. I know it's not typically best practice to just add stuff to your sources and instead do like a sources D thing. But I don't know how to do that, so I can't. I don't understand why that didn't work. So it's running echo, then piping it to this. T not even installed. It's installed. I don't understand. Is echo not installed? Why did that not work? The quotes are done properly. I just zoned out for a second. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand why this. Oh, it's dollar symbol, that's why. That worked. So I would run apt update next. That'll update the repositories, including that one we just added. And then this errored out, but we're gonna take care of it. That's the key right there. I couldn't install a certain dependency because of that same thing right here. And I didn't know what I was supposed to do. So to install that, we're gonna install dir mngr, which we have. Oh, even when I highlighted it, it overrode what it copied. So now that we know why it errored out, so now with that, it should work. So we'll install Ansible and SSH pass. So apt install Ansible and SSH pass. So now it should let us do it. Ansible might be in the main repository. That's where things might break. Not a huge fan that I added that, but hopefully following new packages will be installed. So it's going to get rid of Python color 0, which I don't think is a big deal. Man, being able to create your own voice commands like that is... Can't believe how simple it is. I mean, it was kind of hard to get it set up initially, but it's actually quite simple to do though. I think copying that folder, then just changing stuff might actually be faster than going through the wizard for a new skill. Especially with that whole indentation stuff and then the things I added to the code. Because really the template is ultimately the same. And pretty much the only things I'm ever going to program are most likely to run shell commands like that. Because it's Python, it's so easy to program it. Import os.system, then the command you want. And Ansible will make it so you can do an SSH-based command to wherever you want. Which is actually quite neat. I forget the exact format of Ansible commands, but hopefully we can figure that out relatively easy. Suppose I could start talking about the last thing I want to do after this. It's basically... I want to try to create a custom Windows ISO. Because one thing I can't stand about Windows installations is having to go through all these different screens. Like turning off the location, blah blah blah, and all those things. I would like to try to create an ISO that just skips through all that nonsense. I want to still be able to partition and stuff like that, but I will get to that. Let's do this now. We'll get to that later. So now... that looks like it worked. So now is there anything in .config? Ansible. I think it's in etc Ansible. Okay, so vim ansible.cfg. So I think what you do is let's look at the hosts. I think I'm gonna create groups, even if there's just one thing in there, just because I can easily reference it by a specific thing. I'd rather reference it by host name rather than what the alternative would be. So I think I'll put my host stuff right here. I should have done sudo. Then we go to example 3. I think I'll probably put it right up here, so... Whoops. I don't want those pound symbols there. J and K are mixed up. What the heck? There's no relative line numbers either. Sorry, but I'm gonna fix that before this drives me bonkers. So I'm gonna copy my vimrc file over to root. What the heck? I meant... that. So that gap right here, that's a lot better now. I got, man, it's such a relief to have the proper key mappings now. I like to have J and K switched around. So now I think we just have to do I'll do the Nook. I'll just call it Nookie for now. That's what I accidentally called it once. The IP address, I'm not even sure what that is, so I'm gonna go to it right now. So now on here, I still don't have IF config. Thought I did. .22. It's been that same IP address throughout all the hosts. For every installation of something, it's that same IP address, probably because I have a MAC address reservation. So .0.22. Okay, so I want to make sure I can SSH into my own system here. It's crazy, but you can use SSH on your own device. That's right. It looks like people might be like, oh, you just controlled your computer. I'm actually doing an SSH connection, which means you could, in theory, do infinite SSH connections. See? Things aren't what they appear to be. If I wanted to control this computer by connecting to the Pi and then to this, then the Pi, then this, I could do it as many layers as I want in theory. Then I have to hit exit like 20 times to get back to this. That's totally doable. But the point is, we got the IP address now. So that's what we punch in right here. Okay, so that's essentially it. Then I think I do Nookie :bars. I've never actually used Ansible, but I watched a video on it. So I think I say Ansible username equals the username, Ansible password equals, the other thing I'm going to show you the password. No, not doing that. You're going to see me again when I enter in the password and save the file. So ready? Let's see if we can perform some magic. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, but let's try. So let's see if we can do this now. With the snap of a finger. I don't know if I can do this, but I'll try. Ready? Not sure how well that worked, but with the magic of something, it's edited now. So I think there were a couple things we had to look at in Ansible.cfg as well. I forget what it is. Oh, it has to do with SSH key based things. Something with SSH keys. Host key checking. I'm gonna set that to false. Just because I'm doing password-based authentication, but in a real-world scenario, you would want to use host key checking, like an SSH key, rather than user and password-based authentication. In a way, it's like manually allowing devices to connect, and only those ones can connect, rather than whoever has the password. Which, with an unsecure password, you wouldn't want that. I may actually end up switching this around later, but for now, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to check my notes to real quickly make sure there isn't something else we have to look at in this file. That is it. So there we go. I don't think we have to do anything to make it reapply, but in theory, we should be able to execute a command. So if I do like Ansible Nookie, which is that group name that I configured, -A, I think, and then whatever you want to execute. Like, let's see if echo works. It came, actually, let's do ping. Ping with this device. I'll do a ping 0.41. I don't know if that's really what I want to do, but let's see if this works. Unreachable. Oh. Wait, what? Maybe we want to do something like this. Permission denied. Run Ansible shell command. I should have entered everything correctly. Because yeah, if I could get that working, then I can program that thing to reboot the Debian system. Right? So we're just making it so it's easy to do SSH connections. I think I'm going to real quickly verify that I have the password entered correctly, and then also double check my syntax with the command we're running too. And I'll be back once I do those things. Right, so after a bunch of troubleshooting later, I finally figured out why the Ansible stuff wasn't working. So I'll show you what the solution is now. So all it really is apparently they've made a change in how it works, and rather than Ansible underscore username and underscore password, you need, so rather than this Ansible username and Ansible password, it has to be this syntax. And no, I did not give the password away, of course not. That's not the real password, but I also left a space right here, which I don't know if that's mandatory, but that's how I did it. You might be able to have it like, oops. You might be able to have it like this, I'm not sure. but that's what the syntax is right there, and it works. And also I removed the quotes around the username and password because I think it might think it's part of the username and password itself. I could be wrong about that, but without the quotes it does certainly work too. So as you can see right here, when I run the hide there, it works. So now we have an actual connection because it executed the command. So in theory, if I were to execute the reboot command, it should reboot the computer, hopefully. I'm not sure if I need sudo or not, but let's switch over to the computer. If I hit enter and this reboots, then obviously it works. You ready? Hopefully this works. If it doesn't, it's probably because it needs sudo privileges, I'm sure. Or because the capture card isn't refreshing. Nah, from the looks of it, it didn't work. Find out what we're supposed to do. No such file or directory. We probably do need sudo on there. And with sudo, I'm sure it'll probably work, hopefully. Let's find out. Ready? I'm about to hit enter. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it works. Amazing. So now we can use a voice command to reboot a completely different computer. Keyboard and mouse. So I can select Debian rather than Windows by default. No. Oh. Barely connected it in time to select the correct thing. That was close. Surprised I hit that in time. So it does reboot now. That's wonderful. Now let's see if we can program a voice command to do that. I'm gonna see if I could use the same skill to program this, or if I need another one. So we got Ansible working basically, so that's actually accomplished. Man, that is awesome. It looks like it failed, but it really succeeded. Alright. So this is all we have to run in the Python script, basically. Right. So now I need to figure out how we have multiple intents and whatnot. So opt, Mycroft skills, and then reboots. And then I think, you see how it's like hi host reboot dot intent. I thought it was an intent file on the locale, right? You can do multiple languages, by the way, like the German one, blah blah blah. Hi host reboot dot dialog. So in theory, we could create another dialog file and then, or an intent file, I should say. And be able to program it separately. So if I were to copy the pi.host reboot intent to pi.host.reboot intent, and I might say nookie, because that's what I like to call my Intel Nook sometimes. Forgive me for that. So now I'm gonna reboot my... I'll do a find and replace with nookie everywhere. So I forget exactly how you do that, but I think you do :R for replace. Pi with nookie, if it'll even recognize that word. Oh man. Replace pi with nookie, and that's global. Man, how do you do a replace in Vim? I forgot already. I've already become rusty in that. I'll use Chrome for this. Oh wait, Vim substitution. It's actually S rather than R, isn't it? R is for retrieve, I bet. My bad. So I think what we want to actually do is S pi with nookie. So how do I do that with all of them? I thought that's what the G does. Shoot. How do I replace all? Find and replace all text. All percent S. So percent S, right? So this should be a percent. That'll replace all instances. Perfect. So now we will have to change the Python code. So how do I spell Thani? Oh, probably 2 N's. So Thani. I prefer to use Thani just because it'll have proper indentation. So I think what I do is, I don't even know what this my setting is, to be honest with you, but it seemed to make it work, so I'm not going to complain there. So you see how it says, ooh, handle pi host reboots. What originally has that? So manifest. No. The settings, meta. No. I don't, maybe the name doesn't really matter. Handle pi host reboot. Maybe the name won't matter. but maybe it will. Intent file handler Nookie. What's it called again? So I just opt Mycroft skills. Maybe we should copy the intent file too. So cp.py.host.reboot, or the dialog file to Nookie, and then vim. Ah, heck, that's the same thing. So nookie.host.reboot.intent. I'm not even sure if this is gonna work. And then here, okay. 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, let's do this. So this is just gonna be sudo reboot. I don't like how that's on multiple lines. It might have a problem copying, but we'll try it. Oh, that worked nicely. So in theory, this is all that should be required. So I'll save that out. And hopefully we can start up the service without any errors. First thing I'm going to do is make sure that the microphone still works. I rebooted it once and demonstrated this to other people. It was so cool. I didn't even have the... couldn't tell if anything was going to work or not. I just hoped for the best, and it worked so nicely. So that was cool. Right, so now I'm going to go into here. And I will script it to automatically start up. Probably all you'd really have to do is the cron tab. I might move the script elsewhere. Whoops. I'm at nano right here. Man, I gotta change that to vim. How do I do that? It'll be a quick Google. I know that there's a quick answer, I think. Terminal change default editor. There's a command you could run. Change default editor for cron tab. Oh, select editor is what I was looking for. Select editor. I want vim. That basic probably. Funny how they meant Nano's easiest. Ooh, ED is a little bit confusing as well. So, yeah, Nano is of course the easiest to use, most user-friendly. But what I would need to do is just go to the end of the file and I think with this reboot here, do @reboot. I can't remember if this worked or not. Then the script, and then it'll run at startup, I think. I can't remember for certain, but that would be how you run it at startup, most likely. There's probably other methods too, but cron tab is one of the ways. Or else you could have it run every so often, which doesn't make any sense. Unless you add something in the script to detect if it's already running, but that doesn't make sense either. Just pointing out some ways you can have it run at startup. That's beside the point here. So we're gonna start all the services now. And we're gonna start the command line interface. Let's make sure that we're not erroring out on the skill. Kind of hard for me to see colors with this. I don't think the color temperature filter should be applying for you, because I don't think I have it on the Pi or anything. Nope. Doesn't look like it's erroring out yet. So that Wolfram Alpha, I believe, is where the calculations are happening. Uncommitted changes, what does that mean? Hey Mycroft, what is 9 times 4? Good. Alright. Okay. So reboot my Nookie is the command that I'm using here. Hey Mycroft, reboot my Nookie. Oh, no, no. Didn't work, I don't think. Creating another skill would have probably... Why did it reboot the Pi? I think I'm going to create it as a separate skill for now, but I'll try to remember to learn the proper way and hopefully show you guys later. So I'll reboot with this thing rather than the Nook. I just realized I could start barrier using VNC. So if I made a VNC connection, 41 I think. No, that's for the other Pi. This one would be a .35 then. So, and it won't make any difference to you if you see the actual capture card while I see the VNC. Can't tell the difference. Okay, so that works. So I just closed out the VNC connection. So now barrier works. Let's see if we can create a new skill by duplicating the entry and all that. So we're gonna go to ops, Mycroft skills, reboot host pi. I'm gonna actually copy that folder. So cp-rv reboot host pi skill to reboot host Nucky for now skill. So just copied everything. Host Nucky. So let's change some of the stuff like locale. Anything with the pi.host. So I think all I have to do is remove, and I like to do -v with multiple files. pi.star I think should do it. Perfect. And now we just have the Nucky files. So the intent. Perfect. So now we got to modify the Python code. I think we could use Vim for that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll clear the terminal so there's no glitches. So Vim. That's I'm pretty much just gonna be deleting stuff. I'm gonna delete that block. Oh, weird. Considers that 2 blocks. Well, no big deal. There. I think it'll probably work with this. Reboot hosts. I probably screwed something up. Reboot host Nucky. I'm sure that I screwed something up here. As far as the dependencies and stuff, they're pretty much the same, so we'll go into Mycroft now. Start all the services. And then the CLI. Oh crap, I didn't check mic. Of course it doesn't work. So stop doing this. Sometimes the mic works, sometimes it doesn't. That's weird. Now I think I should have to deal with normally because I tend to have relatively high uptimes on the Pis. We're good now. So start all. And then the CLI. Hopefully it doesn't get confused with the similar intents. So yeah, we got Ansible successfully now. So the last thing will be creating a Windows ISO, basically. I want to try to use the Windows 80K, and I want to get to bed decent tonight, so if I don't get it quite achieved at a decent time, then too bad. If I can at least convey the gist of what's involved, or try to, then should know what's involved, hopefully. Oh yeah, then trying it out. I'll probably try it out on QEMU with my Debian. I think that's probably what I'll do. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. That's odd. Hey Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. Hi Mycroft. Hey Mycroft. Mic level seems to work, but it's not peaking at what it. Oh yeah, it's peaking. Hey Mycroft. That's interesting what that's showing right there. I think restarting it will fix it. Oh, let's also make sure that we're not glitching out on something. Otherwise, we will have to create a new skill. If it glitches out on that one that we duplicated. I'm sure there's a way I can combine them together. Just right now, no. So yeah, I'm gonna create a Windows reboot host pi. Where's reboot host Nookie? I might not even know about it. Hey Mycroft, what's 9 times 4? It makes such weird sounds. I have it muted right now, but I can still hear it. It sounds that don't even make sense. You're really not missing out on anything. You probably heard it already at one point. Okay. It's probably gonna end up rebooting this thing rather than the Nook. So I want to make sure that my Nook is awake first of all. It seems to be. Hey Mycroft. Reboot my Nookie. Probably rebooted the Pi again. I think we have to go to that skill creation wizard. I think something didn't officially register. If the Pi is rebooting, we know what's up. We do know what's up. So we're gonna have to create a brand new skill for now. I think that'll probably be the best way to do it. Once we get this, then we get the gist, and I'll keep doing this for other things, including my phone with ADB. And then of course I'll see if I can figure out what's going on with the Philips Hue lights. I imagine it's some sort of bridge authentication related thing. Okay, I'm gonna connect to VNC. You're not missing out on anything. So now I'm connected with VNC. Okay. Close that out and come back to here. Right. So we're gonna go to Ops, Mycroft Skills. I'm gonna move the Nookie over to Home. Just so I have it. So I might want to reference some sort of file here. Just to make some quick adjustments. So now I'm going to create a new skill. So I'm going to say so Mycroft and then bin. Mycroft's MSK, I think, create. Yep. I'm not entering an email address. Because I'm not registering GitHub. Not putting any of this on GitHub. Since it's stuff specific to me, whatever. Yeah. See right here where I enter the skill name, that's what's important. Reboot. Naming's gonna be a little bit off. Oh, come on. Okay. Are you kidding me? Won't let me backspace beyond this. Wow, how nice. Let's try this again. No email address. This is really a bash script that I'm running here. Reboot Nookie. Looks good. Yep. So I could just hit enter because that's Y by default because it's capitalized. Enter some phrases. I just wanted to kind of copy what I have. So locale, ENUS. What else is there? Nookie.host.reboot.intent. Okay. Reboot my Nookie. Reboot the Nookie. Restart the Nookie. I think you could do special syntax like reboot and restart, something like that, but I'm not going to do that for now. Oh no. I got the same thing twice. Reboot. Restart my Nookie. There. What your skills should say to respond. rebooting. A one line. My Intel NUC. Reboots Intel NUC. I'm the author for now. I'll go with the defaults. So I hit enter for that. This is configuration, enter. Enter. Enter to skip. I think I said yes for this because I'm using OS for the dependency, not creating a GitHub repo. So probably officially register, so I might have to look at the script or some sort of instructions. So what I'm going to do here is now I'm going to go back into opt, Mycroft, skills. So reboot Nucky skill. So sudo vim manifest. If I wanted to copy these 4 lines, I'll do some vim magic. So I'll do ~N. Whoops. This is supposed to be an exclamation mark. ~N. Something's not working. Whatever. I mean, I'm just gonna get rid of that line. Change this to OS. That's really all I changed. In settings, meta, didn't even change anything on there. And then I'll do thani init.py. So we gotta add this. And this. And this stop. I'll probably automate some of this, I would imagine, because this is kind of ridiculous. I mean, it doesn't take that long to create this anyway. So I think this is all we need. So cd locale enus. Yeah, that's good. So now let's start everything up. So I'm gonna go into here, start all. Do we have this working? I want to make sure the mic works again. Otherwise I have to run restart all, which I do. Okay, let's try that again. Still doesn't work? Come on. Why does it seem like it has random luck detecting the device? Hopefully it worked. It worked. We're good now, so gotta restart all the services. And then we're gonna go to the command line. And do we have an audio meter? It doesn't look like it's working because it's frozen, but now it looks like it's working, doesn't it? Well, that's exciting, isn't it? Hey, Mycroft. Not ready yet. Right, so the Windows ISO creation, I want to basically create a custom Windows ISO that skips through a lot of the steps that are unnecessary. I think I can program it to do exactly what I want. So for example, where we would punch in a username, I could choose probably if I want to skip that or not. I might not skip that one just because I may want to do a custom one, but for a lot of the other annoying things, I'll skip those. I want to still be able to partition and stuff like that. I'll get into that. Hey, Mycroft. Hey, Mycroft. Seems like it doesn't work the first time. Hey, Mycroft. We're gonna have to reboot this again. It just doesn't seem like it works the first time. Which is pretty aggravating, but hopefully it does now. So yeah, so to create the custom Windows ISO, I'm gonna use the 80K utility, I think. And typically when you're creating a custom ISO, you typically wanna, I'll probably dive into this again, but don't download custom ISOs online, make your own, because malware can easily be slipped in by really anybody. You want to know what's going into your ISOs, so just create it yourself, and also you can make it your own exactly how you want to. So you're going to use a custom ISO, make your own. Got that? Alright. Hey, Mycroft. What's 9 times 5? It's concerning that it errors out, but it doesn't stop everything from working. So now I'm gonna make sure that my Nook is awake and all that, which is not, of course. Hey, Mycroft. Restart my Nookie. It did the pie, didn't it? Honestly. OS is not defined. That actually worked, technically speaking. I just made a Python error, that's all. So, I'll restart it afterwards, so vim, sudo vim, opt, Mycroft, skills, reboot, nookie, the init.py. What I should have done was set import OS right there. I just simply forgot that. I'll restart. Yeah, otherwise I think it would have worked from the looks of it. Didn't restart the Pi, that's a good sign. I always want to feel like I had to emphasize that just so it doesn't restart that device itself. Maybe I need to make it so that it's really hard to actually restart that thing. Do some ridiculous word maybe. That sounds like it would mean restart, but it's totally different. So hopefully this works now. This works, and we're gonna do the Windows ISO creation, and then we're done. So basically what I'm doing is call an unattended installation. Hey Mycroft, what's 9 times 6? Wow. Let's see if it works. Sorry if I keep bumping my mic. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, ready? Moment of truth. Can we restart a completely different computer? Hey Mycroft, restart my nookie. Please work. Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. So I can execute commands on different computers. That is awesome. Let's see how quickly it is before I can restart it again. See if I can maybe restart it before barrier starts. Looks like I have connectivity already. Hey Mycroft, restart my nookie. This is awesome. Man. I'll figure out how to combine scripts later on and maybe show that in a future video. I will write down a whole bunch of stuff. As far as getting it in Windows, I'm gonna get SSH figured out too. I'll try to showcase how that's done. Maybe I'll only do it on this computer, then on my Nook I won't. Or something, I don't even know. Open SSH on the computer is a little bit tricky. Kind of want to go into Windows one more time, just because I'm that crazy. I want to see if using a soft voice works too. My mic is all the way over here. So I got this arm length right here. Can I reach it from Just to show you, here, I'll show you how long it is. Just to make things relative. This is where the mic is. Just to give you an idea. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can talk gently and still have it work. Hey Mycroft, restart my nookie. So right there I barely talked. I hate to say this, but the Pi just restarted. So yeah, I'm gonna have to make it very distinct. That's alright, I'm done with this. I probably had the wrong word and defaulted to the Pi. I might have to have like code words for each thing or something. I don't know. Like maybe have it start with the device and then what I'm doing. So like nookie restart rather than restart nookie. Then I'm less likely to accidentally... I feel like I'm less likely to accidentally do the wrong one if I do it that way. But I'm not sure. I wish it was running so I could shut it down with the voice command. We know how that would work, so I'm not even going to program it because we know how it would be done. I'll leave it for now, then I'll shut it off in my own time. Because I don't even have barrier right now. So yeah. The last thing we're going to do in this video is create a custom Windows ISO, or at least try to. So, typically when you install Windows, you're probably aware of all these different screens that you have to go through. You typically have to choose whether you want to enable Cortana or not, and change all the privacy settings, and sign in with a Microsoft account, that sort of thing. I'm hoping to create a custom ISO that can bypass a lot of that stuff. So when you use a custom ISO, you should really create your own just to avoid malware that other people inject. And yeah, just creating your own custom ISO can prevent those things. So yeah, let's do that now. So I think I'm going to do that on my main PC. So I'm going to look up Windows 10 unattended ISO. That's what the term is. I think this is probably going to help us. So you want to, yeah, you have to go through this setup. So we're going to create an ISO that hopefully... So we have to set up an answer file to automate the installation process. I think you can generate an answer file. Now this is if we partition stuff, which we're not going to do. I'm going to still do the partitioning step if I can. If I can't, then I might not even bother with this. I mean, if I have to skip the partitioning step, then there's no point, I would say. So we need the Windows ADK, Windows 10 installation files, Windows 10 account, USB flash drive for the new ISO, spare computer or virtual machine to test the installation. So now Windows ADK, I think I already have a copy of it. So I was using it to deploy a network installation of Windows, and I believe Windows ADK is what I used for that, or part of what I used in Windows Server. That could potentially be a problem though. I might need the Windows 10 version of it. But maybe it doesn't matter. Honestly, if it did matter, Microsoft should really unify all of that. So I'm going to plug in the flash drive. Sadly, I have to use one of my slow USB ports. So we're only going to get like not quite the full transfer speeds of my flash drive. Actually, I think I'll plug it into the back of the computer. I'm crazy enough to do that. I want to plug in the flash drive to the back of the computer. Then we'll get the full speeds versus using USB 2.0. We're to use 3. Okay. Hope I don't glitch anything out while doing this. I think I accidentally disconnected Ethernet, but I just reconnected it too, so it's all good. I think we're fine, right? Microphone still seems to work. Okay. Now we'll get USB 3 speeds. So I think I have, yeah, here's the Windows 80K right here. This is the offline installer. Otherwise you have to download like a gigabyte's worth of stuff, but I think I should be able to use this. It happens to be the right version too, how nice. It's gonna take a little bit to start up, I think. Hopefully we can create it in a short amount of time. Okay. So yeah, I have it. What I did was I downloaded it to a separate computer, and this is basically the separate computer. I'm gonna install it on my D drive rather than the C drive. Windows kits /80K. I'm gonna say no for this. Figure out the terms of license, blah blah blah. All we need right here is the deployment tools, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we just need deployment tools, that's all we need. So, user account control comes up, which you'd be able to see if I was on a capture PC. Or the captured PC. So then, this is how you create an answer file project, which I think we inject into the ISO. I have a getting started guide right here. Also, I've used it a little bit already, so I'm somewhat familiar with it, I think. Windows System Image Manager is what we need now. So this is the utility. If you don't mind, I think I'll do this. Trying to decide if this is the best layout regarding my overlay. Otherwise, this will be covered up for you a little bit if I swap them. which might be what we want. So you need to import the image files. So basically we have to mount the Windows 10 ISO, which I also happen to have on here. Otherwise you can download it however you do that. So I'm gonna mount with virtual clone drive because that's what I have. Otherwise Windows does natively mount this sort of thing. You mount the ISO that you downloaded. Open the drive. So we gotta temporarily store everything for the project. I'll create a folder on desktop called custom ISO and paste. Unfortunately, since I'm using my flash drive, the throttle is actually from my mechanical hard drive. Oh, that's not too bad, given the fact that I'm using a mechanical hard drive to copy this on. If I did this on my SSD, this would copy like maybe 4 times quicker. Close to there. So those are the files. We're modifying files inside of here, basically. So this is copied from my flash drive, technically. The ISO is really nothing but a DVD stored in a file. And we've mounted that. It's stored on my USB flash drive. Just for reference, I have... how many... I literally have 49 DVDs worth of stuff on this single flash drive, so we're living in a world where that's possible. Storing DVDs inside of thumb drives. Totally possible nowadays. So anyway, I created a new folder for this. Pasted everything in there. We need to confirm that the install.wim file is present. So let's go to that folder we created. And under sources, sorry if I'm doing excessive zooming, we need to verify that install.wim is there. There's sometimes the install file could be a .esd file from my understanding, and we have to convert that to a .wim if it's not there. Sorry, I'm gonna make the corny joke that we have to convert the ESD to WIM by using the WIM method, Wim Hof method. Sorry, I couldn't help myself there. If you're suffering from ESD discharge, gotta convert it to with the Wim Hof method. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Alright. Sorry about that. So I think we use the MSM. Oh, we could use DISM. So follow these steps if it's not a .wim file. It might not be if you're in a different country, maybe. You have to go through this extra step. Sorry you guys have to go through that if you do. But otherwise, you could use Rufus to download a Windows 10 ISO. I didn't know you could do that. But since I'm good, I get to skip all these steps. So now we're going into here. File, select Windows image. And we're selecting that WIM file. In sources, install.wim. And then select what we want. I typically do Windows 10 Pro by default, so that's what I would go with. You can create a catalog file if it doesn't exist. Oh, that's awesome. Otherwise, I'd probably have to do some nonsense if that wasn't possible. So user account controls here. Anytime the screen randomly goes black, it's probably because of user account control. I usually just hit yes, but pay attention to where you click yes to as well. Make sure it's stuff you really want to do. If it comes up without you doing anything and you're working on the computer, then be mindful because it might be a virus trying to get permission to operate on the system. If you just blindly click yes to everything, then, well, it didn't protect you. It's a little bit annoying, but if there is a virus or something and it does that, you should be able to click no to prevent it from running. And you probably notice how it's got a dim screen. How it dims the screen. And that's so that only you can click on yes or no. Somebody remote controls your computer without administrative privileges. They won't even be able to move the cursor when the screen is dimmed like that. It's another security measure. So if you change the user account control settings so it's no longer dimmed, it's not really going to protect you from that. If somebody is remotely controlling your computer, then sadly they'll be able to click yes in that situation. But the screen dimming, believe it or not, is another security measure. So that's a pretty interesting thing about it. I think I was going to mention something else too that I haven't yet. Oh, the editing videos with the controller. I've done that already. Alright. Why don't we see what we have to do next while we're waiting here. So it looks like next we're creating a distribution share, which is probably getting this program to understand where everything's located. I'm guessing where to put the new files. So we're doing a distribution share. Then we can create a new answer file. And I think there's a whole bunch of different types of screens. And we can configure it for each one. That's how you can also bypass the product key. I imagine if you're able to do this on older operating systems that are supposedly abandonware, or if you have like a copy of Windows 95 with a serial key that you can use however many times you want, you can probably create an answer file, then you don't have to keep punching it in, I'm sure. If that's even possible nowadays. So I imagine that we would just work through all these elements that are right here. I think that's all that it's really a matter of. So now that we've created this catalog right here, this is where we want to create a distribution share right here. Create distribution share. So where am I storing this anyway? I can't imagine it would be right there, but maybe it is. I'm just seeing where it's supposed to be stored. I wish it would show the full path right here, but it doesn't. Out of box drivers. Maybe it's fine to create it right in here. I'm not sure. I doubt it. They don't say where you're supposed to do it. Maybe I'll just do it right there. So I just did that. Then I select distribution share. Oh, good. So it created all those files that I was seeing. Click open. I think you could just click open right here. That seemed like a slightly redundant step, but I don't know. So the open button, yep. So then file, new answer file. So now we're going to configure that answer file. Using, looks like we're only using 1, 4, and 7. That's probably all that's relevant. It's not like network booting and that sort of thing, I'm guessing. So here, so this is a 64-bit one. So under the Windows image expand components, expand the AMD 64 components, Windows International Core, WinPE. Probably this one. So I think we expand that. Yeah, set up UI language. As setting to pass 1. Then I think this is where we show it. So under answer file, select that component. So then ENUS, I think this will be copy and pasted. So input system, input locale, system locale, UI language, and user locale. They're all the same thing. So input locale, system locale, UI language. Yep, that's all right. So all the users outside the US might have to do something different. Well, you can do whatever corresponds with you. So select this setup UI language. We put ENUS there too. Okay. To configure the drive settings, under the Windows image section, what? What am I doing? Under the Windows image section, oh, here. Expand the components folders. Yeah, that's this one. AMD 64, Microsoft, Windows setup. Man, they really give you a lot of options. So then, disk configuration. I don't think we want this. I want to still do this step, so I'm gonna skip this part. Because I still want to manually partition. I still want some steps. I'm trying to get rid of the ones that aren't usually relevant to me. Yeah, I'm skipping all this. We're not doing anything with partitions right here. Because I might be doing a dual boot and want to partition things myself. If I can skip a lot of the other steps, then I ain't gonna complain there. So now this is a UEFI segment. Pretty cool that we can skip that part, but if you want to automate it, then follow those instructions that I've been skipping here. So nope, more modify partition, blah blah blah. Man, there's a lot of steps here. I'm almost glad I'm not doing this. That helps a lot. Defining the, so that's partition stuff. Then defining the product key. I might still do that. No, I will do that manually. Those are generic keys, not necessarily ones you can actually use, otherwise you'd be pirating for sure. But oh wow. Manufacturer, computer name, time zone. I'm probably gonna want time zone on those things. I don't care about the model, manufacturer, computer name. Windows, AMD 64, Microsoft Windows shell. Setup. Color depth, no. First logon command, nope. So manufacturer, I'm not concerned about that. So what you want to do, you'd add it to the corresponding thing. Wait. Am I missing something? Related to the OEM information. No, it doesn't have. So this must be what manufacturers do, huh? To make it custom to theirs. That makes a lot of sense now. I only just possibly realized that. So this gets added. Wait. No, we're not adding the whole thing. Kind of looked like we might be. So where's the time zone related stuff? Time zone. There must be something simple. Must be something that I'm missing. Oh, we do the whole thing. I'm gonna add this. And if this uses Eastern Standard Time, then Central Time. Central Standard Time is the one I'm interested in. So a time zone right there. Looking at all this other information. I don't care. Just want to put in time zone. This looks like what I would want. So Microsoft Windows International Core. What? This repeated, or am I losing my mind? So it's on the Microsoft Windows shell. Sorry if this isn't very fun to watch. OOBE. Expand the... What? So this gets added to 7, I believe. And then we're expanding this local accounts. It's got... I don't really care about that part. Okay, so when we select this, true. Whoops. Nope, not that one. Oh yeah, registration screen, that one's true. online account screens. That one's also true. Wireless setup. Yeah, I don't usually do that right on there. I'm good with that. Network. I probably don't need to use that. And as far as the local account stuff, I don't really care about that. No. So let's just see what this does. I'm gonna go with this regardless because I just wanted to create it. Then this will probably be one of those things where I keep track of anything that I may tweak over time. Let me make sure that the video is responsive and not frozen potentially. Everything is snap responsive, so I think the video is not frozen. Alright. So removing unmodified components, I pretty much only ever added what I wanted, I think. Once you set it up, you need to remove all the unmodified components. That's modified. Oh, this is not. I see how it's kind of broken up now. I definitely want to explore this some more. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna mess around with this some more. You can set default screensavers and all that. Even the background, it looks like. That's pretty neat. What did I even configure here? Oh. That's what that is. Okay. So this I might get rid of. Okay. Got some conflicting settings here. But there we go. So I just basically did that, I would say. So to validate tools, validate answer file. No warnings or errors, perfect. So now we can save it. Yeah, you don't want to have errors if they use it. Save answer file as. So it looks like we can save it wherever we want for now. Okay. I hope I don't cause any problems saving it here. So I think it has to be called auto unattend. Like that. So now import to USB media. Open Explorer. Navigate to where I saved it. Copy it. So with the installation files, paste. Where do I copy it to? Where am I pasting this anyway? Open the USB media with installation files on the root of the drive. So I'm basically copying it to the roots. That's interesting. So now the question is, how does this get converted back into an ISO? Once you have the file incorporated, you can so this is just booting it basically. Okay. So that's not relevant. It doesn't say how to convert that back into an ISO. Do I use Disk Destroyer DD to put it on a flash drive and then it's an ISO? Convert Windows installation components to ISO. How do I make it bootable? Is there something that this lets me do? Hyper-V makes that easy. IMG burn make Windows 10 ISO bootable. I'm gonna try that. This might be what I'm looking for, I'm not even sure. Configure. So make the ISO image bootable. Configure the bootable settings. Okay. Right under bootable disk, that's the thing I'm not sure about. What boot image do I select, and then the number of sectors. I think this will help me right here. So follow this guide to make this folder and do a bootable ISO basically. Otherwise, you could probably use the MSMG toolkit, which is also used for creating custom ISOs. So I'm going to use IMG burn for this. If it'll work. Now it's probably like several instances of it because it was freezing up. Okay, hopefully the video is not freezing up. I don't think it is, but it might have for a split second. Sorry about that. Here we go. So we're going to create an image file from files or folders. That looks wrong. Doing a single folder. But maybe it's right. We'll see if it works. So you go to custom ISO. That's the folder. So then to make it bootable, we go to advanced, bootable disk, make image bootable. The boot image is under the boot folder of this. I mean, we have to select ETFS boot. Sectors to load is 8, I guess. That's something I never would have known. So it'll automatically select the correct settings. So I'm gonna just save it directly to here. I was gonna wirelessly transfer, but that'll be slower, I think. So right here, I don't care about the name. So now it's hopefully building a bootable ISO. I'm hoping this works properly, but I certainly can't guarantee it will. I don't think it's going to take 4 to 5 minutes like the site says it will, but we'll see. Why don't we set up our environment? So I'm switching over to my Nook on the capture card. We'll test it in a virtual machine on here. May as well launch virtual machine manager. I'll create a new one. Oh boy. It just made that sound. The sound that IMG Burn makes when it's finished. I'm not going to select the media for now. Alright, I mean it's finished, so we can do that now. Let's just hope for the best about it being bootable. Otherwise I have to do a slightly different folder structure. So I think I put it right in inventory, right? I usually just delete this. It's not necessary, I don't think. And well, heck, I got access to my network share. Just making sure there's nothing sensitive on there. No, it's all good. I'm gonna copy this to the network share, which I have access to on my Debian system. So if I open up Thunar, network share is right here. I think I'm probably gonna copy the file, which is right here, over to so where's my ISO repository? And here. Oh, that's under my Ventoy folder. Okay, so this. So under Ventoy, right here. This is copying over the network. The cursor is getting kind of laggy, I think, because of barrier and the bandwidth being saturated as I'm copying over my gigabit network share. So I guess from now on I'll just save it to here, because I'm not actually booting it like I thought I was. I'm doing this in a virtual machine. We're gonna try it out, see if it's bootable, and I guess see how it works. And then we'll wrap up this video for once, because to be quite frank, I'm getting tired of doing this. I want to focus on my other stuff. But yeah, I enjoy the process overall. It just it becomes a lot, and I want to have a normal schedule where I'm not constantly on camera and whatnot. Okay, it'll work now. So Windows 10 custom, there it is. So choose volume. I'm good with 4. This is good. I guess that'll work too, since it's pre-allocated. I'll do Win 10 custom. By the way, I could just as easily do this on the Star Trek operating system if I wanted. Customize configuration before install. What? No space. Now it's creating the VM, the virtual machine, or what I like to call the lucid dreaming of computers. So yeah, that's what that is. I mean, lucid dreaming is basically virtualization of real life. Whatever you do in a lucid dream, just screw it up. You can just, even within the dream world, fix it. If you die, you can kind of still exist within the dream world potentially, or wake up. I don't really know what would happen. Orders, yeah, if you wake up, that would be the worst case, and then you can have another dream and it's like nothing happened. Sounds a lot like virtualization, doesn't it? So this is on the same drive, on the same M.2 drive, but not sure why it's taking so long to do this. I've never had it freeze up on me like this. Who knows why it's freezing up? I think what I'll do is I'll pause. Oh, nice. Reverse psychology worked here too. So one of the things I want to change is I want the firmware to be UEFI. I'm good with Q35. It could either be that or it doesn't matter. But if you do a GPU pass-through, you might want a Q35, for example. I'm going to apply the changes. Usually I do want to apply the changes so I won't have it warn me again. Host, GPU, blah blah blah. Of course I want it to boot on the CD-ROM. And I want that to be first. I don't know why it keeps getting this wrong so often. So the video should work fine. So now we're gonna recreate everything. I think I have to select. Let's reboot this. Actually, it's not bootable, is it? Because the instructions were wrong. I had a strong feeling about the instructions being wrong. Those were not. It's pretty obvious that whoever wrote those instructions hasn't tested it. I think I have a solution for them. See if I can get it. Yeah. Nope. It's not booting at all. How do I let go? I don't have control over the cursor. I forgot what the key is to let. Wait. I've used it before. Not Control F. I think I have control again, but I want to Google it just in case when I go back with barrier, I don't have control. So, QEMU, let go of mouse. Apparently I've looked it up before. Control left. Either control left alt or control alt G. The G is what I was thinking of. Control alt is all it is. So I'm gonna shut down that virtual machine right there. Is my boot option really good? They screwed it up again. I think. Shut down the guest, alright. I want to force shut it down. Force off, yeah. So the boot options had better apply. I don't think it's good though. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's still not working. So force off. Boot options are probably all screwed up. Doesn't look like it, but we're gonna have to recreate the ISO because this is no good like I thought. They didn't test the settings properly. They obviously didn't test it when writing the article. What you're supposed to do, I'll show you what you're supposed to do, I think. We're gonna do it properly now. So img burn. We're gonna do it the right way. So I'm gonna delete the old ISO just so it's not there now. So the right way to do it is to, obviously it won't import the folders, but import the files and then select each folder manually, because you can't do like this. Oh, you can. Or can you? No, it doesn't let you. So the EFI sources support. This is how it needs to be done, I believe. So to make it bootable, Emulation type, none. Okay. Boot image. It's this one. Which I never do. So under basically what I use is my network share. That. So hopefully this works better now. I think I'm gonna real quickly let this finish and then I'll be back when it's done. Should we try doing this again? If we even can. Alright, we're done now. Don't know how epic that transition was, but it is what it is. So here we go. I think this is the right way to do it. Because when I mount it, it should have the exact same structure as this. So I'm going to take a screenshot of this just for reference. It should have the same structure except with our new unattended file. So now I'm going to unmount that. And then mount our custom one. I want to also make sure that everything seems to be responsive. Yeah, I think it's good. It's Windows 10 custom. I'm not going to leave that. Okay, so now if I mount this, the structure should, unlike the previous time, you see how it looks so unofficial? Makes me question whether it's really bootable or not. So we have the folders, auto run, boot, and now it looks the same, unlike before. So now I'm gonna unmount that. And we're gonna try that one. Hopefully this will work better. If not, then I'll have to try it out on my own time and I'll probably share a status update. I'll have to try it on my own, on the host machine. Yeah, I'm not installing Windows 10 on a host right now. No way. Okay, so the Windows 10 custom, there it is. I just didn't see it right away. Yes. Alright. So now I'm gonna copy this new one. Hopefully it works. So I guess with the magic of, I don't know, transitions, let's see if we can do this again. Ready? Try to make it easier on my future self. Alright, ready? Ready for an epic transition? It is now done. Perfect. So now let's see how this works. So this is the last thing we're doing before wrapping up finally. So we're actually interested in this. So the source path I'm gonna browse just to make sure it's all the right one. Okay. So it's different now. So hidden behind me is this. What? It's already in use by probably that same guest as that would be the only one using it. Alright. Fingers crossed. Let's hope this works now. Otherwise it's just simply not bootable. And I might have to use a USB flash drive or something. Really? Man. That sucks. Well, I'm gonna try something else to make it bootable. I will try to know what I figure out in the future, so I can show you in the next video. But otherwise, I think I'm gonna finally call it good. So if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to let me know. I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. Otherwise, yeah, I think that's it. So thanks for watching and have a good one. Peace.